The very warmest of welcomes to you indeed to the FIG Trampoline Gymnastics World Championships taking place at the Arena Birmingham. We are in the heart of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, a part of the country where you can reach 90% of the rest of it in under 4 hours. And now it is the centre of the gymnastics world, the centre of the contest for World Championship titles, the centre of the quest for Paris 2024 Olympic qualification spots. A high-pressure place, but a place of community, a place of friendship, a place of camaraderie, because this is the great sport of trampoline gymnastics. These athletes may be in competition with each other, and it's going to be quite a competition today because this is what's coming up. But off the field of play, they are respectful. They are in friendship and in unity with their fellow athletes, always wanting the best for each other and wanting to win by their own greatness rather than by the misfortune of another's difficult performance. We have so much to come in this packed session of competition from the Arena Birmingham. A packed crowd as well. It's great to see all of these people gathering around the canals in this city that has enjoyed 1,400 years of continuous growth from the days when it was a small forest settlement in the 6th century. Now it is a place of industry, of engineering, of industrialisation, and of the precision instruments, the beautifully engineered trampolines, tumbling tracks and double mini trampolines of these World Championships. Welcome wherever in the world you're watching the action from, whoever you're supporting, and for however long you've been enjoying the wonderful sport of trampoline gymnastics. I'm Ollie Hogben, and alongside me is somebody who it is a great privilege to have next to me because he has won World Championship honours and knows how to get onto a podium. Pete Cracknell, today we have got an absolutely fantastic session coming up. We've got your very own sport, double mini trampoline being showcased. We've got tumbling. We've got team trampoline finals. I mean, where do we start? This is going to be brilliant.
It's going to be non-stop. There's so many different events, so many different gymnasts showcasing the best passes they can possibly do, the best moves they can do. And I couldn't even tell you which one I'm most excited about because I'm excited about all of them.
Well, why don't we start with your very own one? The men's double mini trampoline final is about to get underway. So we have 4 individual finals, one after t'other, and then 2 team finals. More on the team finals later, but the format for the individual finals is the same for each of the events. 8 athletes, the best 8 from qualification, have made it through, and a grueling qualification process it was too. They will all undertake one pass of the apparatus, and only the finest 4 will go through to the medal round. The men's double mini trampoline final, and here are the finalists. Congratulations to all of them on making it to this stage. Ruben Padilla of the United States of America, who goes 6th in the order, was the best performer in the final round of qualification with a 30+ score, the only one that we saw. He and his teammate Dylan Klein were part of the US squad that won the team gold medal yesterday. And there's no doubt that Ruben Padilla is going to be one of the favourites today.
He is arguably the greatest DMT athlete of all time. He has such a variety of skills. He can handle the pressure. I'm so happy he made the final because, as you say, it's grueling to get through. So to be here means he can really showcase what he can do.
So just once more for clarification, 8 gymnasts. They'll all do one pass, but only the top 4 will make it through to the medal round, and we start from 0 again after those first 8 performances.
And the order was drawn locked. It was actually drawn before the competition started, so it's not in reverse order like often some competitions are. So you will see a variety of difficulties and experiences based purely on the drawn locks, not on how they did in qualification.
And here they are, the finalists.
Representing Spain, David Franco. Representing the USA, Ruben Padilla.
There is your top qualifier, Ruben Padilla of the USA.
Representing the USA, Dylan Klein. Representing Portugal, Tiago Sampaio Romeo. And let's hear you make some noise for GB Omo Akaramioka.
And from Great Britain, Omo Akaramioka, the second best in qualification.
Your warm-up starts now.
Huge congratulations to all of the 8 who have made it through, and congratulations and commiserations in equal measure to Federico Curri of Argentina, the first reserve. It's a great accomplishment to get to be the first reserve, but there have been no withdrawals, and Federico Curri, a veteran, will be watching on from the sidelines and wishing all of these athletes the very best in their endeavours now, and we wish them good luck too. You know this feeling, Pete, very well before the warm-ups begin. What's important from an athlete's perspective right now as they embark upon their warm-ups?
I think it was mostly just staying calm. You've done these passes many times before, so you just have to persuade yourself that you can just do them again. You block out, for me anyway, I would block out the audience, block out the TV cameras, forget that there's commentators talking about it, and just do what you do.
Most people want to forget that I'm talking.
No.
Now, for those who are new to double mini trampoline, I think one of the most wonderful features of the sport is the crystal clarity of the landing area. We'll have a look at it here. Land in the red, and that's 0 in terms of penalties. Land in the yellow, it's 0.6 of penalty marks. Land in the blue, it's 1.0, a full mark of penalties. Added to that is the accumulation of penalties. If you land in the red and move to the yellow, then that's 0.2 of penalties. You get an additional 0.2 if you move from one area to the next. So if you land in the yellow and move to the blue, that would be your 0.6 for yellow, plus your 0.2 for moving from one area, moving into a new area, and consequently you get a 0.8 penalty. So we'll just keep an eye on those penalties as we go through, and we'll refer to qualification and the gymnasts who actually have maybe cut out some of the penalties or have the opportunity to cut out some penalties and build their score. We should also say, shouldn't we, Pete, that the gymnasts can now do anything they like compared to qualification, but what they can't do is take something from the first stage of the final and then repeat it in the second stage of the final.
Precisely. So this is where it gets quite interesting, because you've got 8 gymnasts down to 4, so you've got to pick moves, because typically you'll have a number of moves you've got. I mean, other than Ruben, who has every move that's ever been competed in the sport, I'd say, but most gymnasts, you've got a few moves that you know can score. You've got to pick the right order, because you've got to get from 8 down to 4 and then 4 down to ideally winning. So it can be really tricky to know which way to do it. For example, last year, everybody put the difficulty in the women's in the first bit and completely front-loaded it, and then there was a lot lower difficulty in the final.
And you mentioned Ruben Padilla. It's a very interesting example there from the World Games in Birmingham, not Birmingham, Birmingham in Alabama last year, where he actually repeated one of his skills from the first stage of the final in the second stage of the final and didn't get the difficulty, and as a result finished in 4th position. It can happen to the absolute finest.
Yeah, pikes and tucks, so you can repeat a skill if it's in a different shape. So if you go for pike and then it tucks in, then it goes back to tuck. So if you compete 2 tucks, then the second one is not counted.
Underway from Australia, Troy Sikowski.
We begin the men's double mini trampoline final. This is Troy Sikowski of Australia. He's done well. That will be 0.8 of penalties for the 18-year-old. He's from Liverpool in New South Wales, a suburb of Greater Sydney. Competed on the Australian version of Ninja Warrior last year, made it to the knockout races, made it to the final here.
So this will get 10 difficulty, so breaking that 10 barrier because he did 5.5 twists over 4 straight somersaults. Very good arm placement, tight arms in for the twist, spots the landing, wraps the twist. So that's a triple twisting double back called a Miller.
Good work from the 18-year-old. His score, 27.8. You mentioned there, Pete, the 10 difficulty. That's up by almost 2 full marks from qualification. And he's actually brought his execution up as well. So overall, he's 1.4 up from his best performance in the preliminary round.
Next from Canada, Gavin Dodd.
Gavin Dodd from Canada, 4th best in qualification with a score of 27. The 20-year-old from Kamloops in British Columbia. He's been having a good season, Gavin Dodd. He won the silver medal at the Santarém World Cup in Portugal. He was 4th in Coimbra, also in Portugal. So he's been in good form coming into this competition, and he looked nice and secure.
It's a hugely difficult pass. So it's a somersaulting pass, the first skill. So this is a triple front somersault with a half twist. And now he's switching into a twisting skill. So that's a double twist. No, sorry, a double somersault with many twists. I think it was a Miller Plus, I wasn't counting, sorry. So switching from a somersaulting pass, somersaulting mount into a dismount can be really tricky. 1, 2, 3, there we go, 4. So we call that the Miller Plus, that's 4 twists.
That's a real upgrade of difficulty for Dodd. 28.9. He scored 9.5 for difficulty in qualification. He's gained 1.6. So this is a great start to the final. Well done to the first 2.
Canada, Nolan Zurek.
Nolan Zurek of Canada, 20-year-old from Edmonton in Alberta. He's been excellent in the World Cups as well. And he's plumb in the red, so no penalties there. He will be the first gymnast of this final to pick up no landing penalties. That could work well for him.
So double mini trampoline very, very heavily favours the difficulty. So because this was a tuck skill, you get a lot lower difficulty for it. Well, yeah, I think that, well, it's not for me to say, but the judges might give that tuck. And again, they might give that tuck. And there's big differences in difficulty there.
And he was the lowest scorer in terms of difficulty for this final, but with very crisp execution.
And that's the best thing you can do, especially in F1 this round. You put down a solid score, see if you can get through to F2.
He's a very bright young man, an undergraduate in computer science at the University of Waterloo, due to graduate in 2026. He's worked as a web developer, recently finished a graphic design internship at a company in Edmonton. 26 for Nolan Zurek. So exactly as you were talking about there, Pete, the difficulty 7.6. He didn't upgrade from qualification, kept it simple and performed it well.
And next up from Spain, David Franco.
To a lovely gymnast from Spain, David Franco, like all of his teammates from Valladolid, a city founded in 1072, famous for its old town. It's now famous for its double mini trampoline team. He was the 6th best in qualifying. He's a very elegant performer, is David Franco. He won the World Games title last year. That is the high point in multi-sport games terms of double mini trampoline gymnastics.
It was 2005, I think, when I first saw this pass, this exact type of pass. So this is, again, what we call a full Rudy Miller. So that is 2.5 twists, the first skill, and then 3 twists on the second skill. There's a beautiful symmetry to it, arms tight to the body, which makes the twist very easy to get round.
It looks as though he's just over into the yellow, doesn't it, as he lands this? So it would be 0.6 if that is the case.
But it will be at 10 difficulty, so to see the difference it makes. .28.5 for David Franco.
If he hadn't had that 0.6 a penalty, he'd be in the lead. This young man was the second best performer in qualification.
From Great Britain,
Part of the team that won a bronze medal, Omo Akademioka of Great Britain. The team that won a bronze for the first time in 10 years, since the gentleman to my right, Pete Cracknell, did it in Sofia, Bulgaria. He is somebody who gets enormous amplitude to his work. Omo Akademioka, his difficulty was 10 in the qualification phase. The score in total 27.6.
So this is a triple front somersault with a half twist, followed by a half twist and another triple front somersault with a half twist. Again, a great symmetry to the pass and how it works. Tight knees. He's so strong, he's able to there lift and pull those knees in tight, which gets in that fast rotation, spots it for such a long time. And wow, doesn't he do well there to hold on? When you cast, which is when you go to the side, it's so hard to stay composed.
There was a gasp in the arena as the crowd saw the replay of this.
That is, wow, his feet are actually together. Normally you have them shoulder width apart for strength and control, but he had to actually press his feet together just to make sure he didn't hit the blue, which would have been a 0.
He is a coach of junior gymnasts and he just demonstrated wonderful composure, the sort that he would want in his youngsters that he's training. 28.1 for Omo Akademioka. So at the moment, the cut-off for the final is 27.8. Gavin Dodd has secured his place. Ruben Padilla of the United States of America, team gold medalist from yesterday, top performer in qualification, and the reigning world champion. Well, he's just done it again, hasn't he? Ruben Padilla with another piece of absolutely exquisite double mini trampoline gymnastics.
Oh, I'm so happy he made this final, to see what he can do, to show people what he's capable of. This is what the sport's all about. Tight pike, half twist. I'm speechless.
His form is beautiful, isn't it? He's got a diver's piked position, lovely straightness.
So clean, and this is huge difficulty. This is a huge, the highest difficulty so far as well.
There's flair, isn't there, in his gymnastics? The way he kicks out at the apex, beautiful.
That'll be 11.6 difficulty, highest yet.
Let's see. 30.6 for Ruben Padilla. 11.6 difficulty. He's just seen how big the number is. It's 3/10 higher than qualification. Mum absolutely thrilled. He's in the final, or the second stage of the final, I should say. Dylan Klein, team gold medalist yesterday. He was the reserve. He played his part in qualification. Well, he's well out there into the blue. It's going to be a full mark of penalty for 20-year-old Dylan Klein. He was the junior world champion at what's called the World Age Group competitions last year.
And this is where it's a cruel sport, because the mount, that first skill, goes long. So we see it goes to the left of our screen, his foot's over the bungee, so it's over the end of the trampoline, and there's very, very little you can do, because your momentum has gone long, and you just have to take off really and hope. I've never really seen anyone be able to correct from there, other than Ruben Padilla yesterday. But that's a different matter. From there, so difficult to get your momentum back up.
Will it be enough? 28.1 is the cut-off point for the second stage of the final. 26.4 for Dylan Klein. He will regrettably not go into the second stage, and that means David Franco is secure of a place. This gentleman, Omo Akademioka, is the one waiting because we've got one gymnast to come.
Next up for Portugal, Tiago Sampaio Romeo.
This is the last pass in the first half of the final. Thiago Sampaio from Portugal, 24 at his 5th World Championships. He scored 27 in qualification. It needs to be a full mark higher than that to get into the second stage of the final. And he has absolutely thrown everything he has at that. What a performance from Thiago Sampaio, the last to go in this stage of the final. Will it be enough?
So he's done exactly the same pass as Omo, so it's going to be in that 4th place. It really comes down to execution now and landings.
And Akademioka, 0.8 of penalties.
Tight shape, kicks out, sees it, is able to prepare. Slight movement at the head, but again, kicks out, sees, bends the knees, very deep squat.
And he looks like he's just in that red. It's going to be tight though as to whether there was any contact with the yellow. Second place, Thiago Sampaio of Portugal. He's into the medal round. Well done to him, no penalties. Only 2 of the finalists, the 4 that are going through, have no penalties. We have our 4 and he's one of them. The conclusion of the first half of the final. Those are the 4 that have made it through to the last part of the men's double mini trampoline competition. Omo Akademioka of Great Britain just missing out by 4/10, and we have the reigning world champion, unsurprisingly, as the top performer by a long way. The men's double mini trampoline final, the medal round has been reached. These are the 4 who've made it through from the first half of the final. The top performer in the first stage, Ruben Padilla of the United States of America.
So there's a decision that needs to be made by these gymnasts as to whether they go high difficulty or play it safe for a medal.
This is Gavin Dodd.
Gavin Dodd of Canada. 28.9 in the previous round. You cannot repeat skills from the first stage of the final to the medal round, and Dodd has started really well. You said, Pete, there's a decision to make. Do you play it safe or go for it? Well, Gavin Dodd's given us his answer.
He has. That's the biggest mount ever done in DMT in international competition there. So that's the triple front in the pike position. One that Ruben did earlier with the half twist out, and then going for the triple back. So it's never been done before. That has never been linked with a quad back. So it did just look like he was almost thinking about it, but who knows? It was so high. 1, 2, 3, he's finished, and now he just drops in. But he made it look easy, good execution.
He was the silver medalist last year in this competition. He has designs on goal. Well done, Gavin Dodd. That was great, great gymnastics. He did something very similar in terms of really going for it in the medal round last year. He was the 4th best qualifier for the first, or rather the 4th best qualifier for the second stage of the final last time.
There's a chance the judges might be checking for the shape in that first element there, that first skill, which I called it as a pike, but it's up to the judges to decide whether it's piked or tucked. And that's based on a knee bend. So straight legs, but it's the lowest point. At any point, if those knees bend too much, it's considered the lowest shape. And tuck is lower than pike, which is lower than straight.
And that's to do with the physics, isn't it, of what it takes to rotate the body in a pike position. 22.8 for Gavin Dodd, and that means there's been repetition from the first stage of the final to the second.
So they gave that first element as a repeat, so it counts as tuck like his first round.
We are ready to go. Next up from Spain, David Franco.
David Franco of Spain. 28.5 in the first stage of the final. He's delivered something of really high quality. He looks to be in the red and therefore picking up no penalties. David Franco, the gymnast who has won the European title, he's won the World Games title, but he's been fourth in the individual competition at the last two World Championships. Well, he's surely on the podium now.
So again, flipping between somersaulting for the mount and then twister for the dismount. So that's 4 twists. Call that a Miller plus, 4 twists in a double back straight. So impressive. Just to link a triple somersault into a double straight back somersault essentially, but knowing you've got that much wrapping twist to do, which means you get less time to see the landing. You kind of just have to hope at the end it's there, because you don't see.
29.3, David Franco. You are a World Championship medalist, and that's the thing that's been missing from his collection. The young Spaniard has just achieved a new career milestone.
Next up from the USA, Ruben Padilla.
The showstopper, the show stealer, the medal winner, Ruben Padilla. Yeah, that ought to do nicely. Ruben Padilla has almost certainly roared his way to a defence of his World Championship title. As the family watches on, Padilla gives the world a masterclass in elegant double mini trampoline gymnastics. The gentleman next to me, Pete Cracknell, is just laughing and shaking his head because it just beggars belief, doesn't it, this?
To have that much difficulty with that much control is just unbelievable. So lifting into the triple front, look, he's even got his tight knees, he's kicking out, he's making it look like it's an easy skill. Full twist, then into then a double back pike essentially, so it's a triple back somersault, but he's full twisting in the first part of the skill.
It's so artistic, isn't it? It's beautiful.
I mean, this sport really, really rewards difficulty, but yet his execution is so high anyway. He'd had disappointment in the trampoline earlier, so I'm even happy for him.
.30.6 the score in the first stage of the final. What about now? Same again, 30.6 for Ruben Padilla. He's guaranteed at least a silver medal. He's surely going to win the World Championship title again. He has the tattoo of the World Games on his arm. And he's going to be surely a world champion again. Thiago Sampaio. Nervousness in the Portuguese ranks. He scored 29 in the first stage of the final. If he gets that now, he will win the bronze medal. Oh, goodness! Oh, no! Well, this is going to be really extraordinary because we've got Gavin Dodd on 22.8, currently in third position, and that from Thiago Sampaio is going to keep us all guessing.
It is, and this is where it's such a cruel sport. So he's going for the pike triple front with a half twist. We call it a pike triff in the mount. And because you have to pull it so hard, that he's pulling his arms down, it can pull you long. So essentially he's now gone to the bungee, and again, there's nothing you can do from there. You do something to get a score. So he's done a double back with a half twist to try and get a score. But there, he drops his arms very, very slightly. It's such minuscule timing. And at least he did a double back. I used to do a half twist jump, and that scored even lower.
And in a final like this with only 4 in it, sometimes just getting anything can get you onto the podium. We'll have to see what happens here.
Shows great resilience. They might be checking for a tuck again in the mount. I said that mount, that first skill, that triple front half twist, as we call a pike triff, is the hardest skill ever done in DMT, in international competition.
It's going to be very close, this. He's done it. He's managed just about to win the bronze medal. Thiago Sampaio of Portugal. And you have to credit this experienced gymnast, the 24-year-old, in managing to land that and do enough to get on the podium. But there is the gentleman who's done it again. He defends his title, Ruben Padilla of the United States of America. And he hasn't just won it, Pete, he's won it elegantly and beautifully.
I mean, this guy, he's got so many different skills. There are so many things out there. He's also equaled the world record in terms of difficulty. There's not really much he hasn't done. I don't think there's anything left that he could tick off to show what he can do.
David Franco winning the silver, Thiago Sampaio of Portugal taking the bronze. The classified results in the men's double mini trampoline final. The bronze medal won by Thiago Sampaio of Portugal. David Franco of Spain takes silver, and Ruben Padilla of the United States of America retains his World Championship crown from 2022. Much more still to come in Birmingham at the 36th FIG Trampoline Gymnastics World Championships. Let's have a look back at how the medals were won.
You said it, not me. I made it onto the arena floor because we've got a little bit of time, and you lot have been so good. I thought we'd give out some of these wonderful t-shirts, courtesy of Birmingham Airport. They are ready to fly, and so these t-shirts. So if you want one, all you've got to do is really just cheer as loud as you can. As loud as you can, wave your hands. I'll respond well to that. I don't know how much gas is in here, but 3, 2, 1, now. Not bad, not bad. We'll load up again. Again, the louder you are, the better. Sometimes it almost puts a hole in the roof. Other times it does anything.
Coming up next, it will be the women's tumbling final.
All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Who knows where's to go? Oh my gosh, that was awful. Do you mind getting that and just popping it into the crowd? Yeah, you can get it. Just chuck it behind you. If we just keep pressing that for about half an hour, we'll get there. Right, I've no idea. This could potentially injure someone or do nothing at all. Give it a go. If you want it, give it a cheer. That's a bit better. We're getting there. We're getting there. Just 3, 2, 1, go! There we go, we're getting there. All right, we'll move around. We are going to do all the sides. I've no idea how much time I've got, but we'll just keep going for a bit all the share. All right, you lot over there, do you want one? 3, 2, 1, go! Nice, just made it on this side. Got plenty more action. We've got some finals coming up in the moment as well. Lots of action, and the medal ceremony a bit later on. Let's go on to this side now. Some of you really not bothered about these t-shirts, and that's fine. If you win it, just give someone who looks like they're upset. Ready? 3, 2, 1, make some noise! Right, I've got two more left. Special, that's big up here. Alright, ready? As loud as you can. This evening I can get one up high somewhere and one down low. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Actually, no, you're going to have to, I've only got two left. You're going to have to let me. Wave your hands, scream, wave your flags, whatever you've got. I want to see as much movement as I can. Ready, Danny? We're going to fire in 3, 2, 1.
The women's tumbling final is on its way in just a moment on this, the second day of finals at the 36th FIG Trampoline Gymnastics World Championships in Birmingham. These are the finalists in the women's tumbling competition. The top performer in the preliminary round was Candy Brière-Vettelard of France, the holder of the highest difficulty tumbling pass in the world.
All right, I'm going to do it blind. I'm going to squeeze as long as I can. Here we go. Squeeze. This could put a hole in the roof. It might just flop down with my volleyball coaches. Who knows? 3, 2, 1, make some more noise! Oh my gosh. I'm going to give it back to Danny. Thank you so much.
Super atmosphere in the Arena Birmingham. A great job being done by the sports presentation side of things.
But I know, I've been told we've got seconds now until our gymnasts will walk out on that stage and get down to what
We are going to very soon see the finalists in the women's tumbling competition.
Women's tumbling final.
And here they are. Congratulations to the 8 that have made it through.
Representing Belgium, Louise van Riedemontel. Representing France, Manil Dumitru-Marin. Representing France, Candy Brière-Vettelard.
There is the top performer in qualification and the world record holder.
Representing the USA, Mia Bruns. Representing Belgium, Evie Mill. Representing Greece, Alexandra Efremoglu. Let's hear you make some noise for Great Britain, Saskia Savini. And rounding up this team final from Great Britain, Megan Keeley.
We finish with 2 gymnasts from the host nation, Great Britain, Saskia Savini and Megan Keeley, team world champions from yesterday. And Megan Keeley has been the individual champion of the world. Huge congratulations to the 8 of them, and we also acknowledge Anastasia Kachalova of the United States of America, the first reserve for this final. The warm-up's about to begin for the women's tumbling final. 8 gymnasts have made it through from the qualification phase, a grueling qualification phase. They will all now undertake one tumbling pass Only the top 4 performers will advance to the medal round, and the scores will be reset at the conclusion of the first part of the final. So whatever you do with that first tumbling pass does not matter. As long as it gets you into the top 4, you must then not repeat that as you go into the second stage of the final. Qualification scores now also are null and void. They do not exist. All that matters is that you get to the final. It's a 0 start. And now, Pete, it all begins again.
It sure does. The pressure. So difficulty makes such a big difference. They've got to get it right.
Yes, and the difficulty is accumulated in many, many ways.
Yeah, so difficulty is made up of, based on the shapes they're in, so tuck, pike or straight, and number of twists and the number of somersaults. So as they combine, you get a total score. There's also a bonus for extra doubles. So that's where this world record comes from, 9.3, which is nearly 2 marks ahead of everyone else, is based on having 2 doubles rather than 1 in the middle of the pass.
And the challenge with these sorts of elements, where the gymnast really lifts the body up midway through the tumbling pass, is when they make contact again with the track itself, is not losing their forward momentum.
Exactly, so the momentum's typically horizontal as you do the round off and the flicks and the whips. You then convert that momentum into a directly vertical skill, as vertical as you could possibly be, but then you've got to link it with what we call the transition into the flicks and whips. So for example, there, they've got to flick that momentum straight from vertical into horizontal, because that momentum has to continue in order to get to the 8th and final skill.
And what Candy Brière-Vetila is so good at doing is building that difficulty while keeping the kinetic energy that she needs to get to the landing mat. If the gymnast lands at the conclusion of their pass not on the mat, that's a 0.4 penalty. And it's not just that, they've got to have real stability in the landing. They need to try not to be hugely piked as they land, to avoid several pronounced back steps. It's very common that there will be a back step of sorts, but they need to try to keep it as stable as possible, something she's very good at doing.
Yep, and the landings are all based on how the takeoff goes typically. If you get that strong takeoff, you've got the momentum, got the height, it's a bit like getting a basketball in the net. It's a lot easier if it goes up and down rather than sort of long and low. If you can get that height, it drops in. As long as you wrap the twist of the somersaults, you can see the exit. If you've got that height, you can just sort of drop in and see the landing. Which gives you the chance to prepare.
We will be getting underway very soon. Belgium, one of the great women's tumbling nations. Also, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We look over the shoulder of the head coach, Mikey Barnes, who's presided over this period of enormous success for the British team. And at the heart of it has been the great Megan Keeley, world champion from 2021 in individual competition, but also a team world champion on many, many more occasions. She will be the penultimate to go. And then we're going to finish with a really exciting prospect, this 18-year-old from Marousi in the northeast of Athens, Alex Efremoliou.
So during this phase, one of the most important things to do is get used to the equipment. So before they marched out, they would have had access to a tumble track out the back, as we call it. Out the back, the tumble track will be the same tumble track, but there'll always be subtle differences. It'll feel different, the lights are different, the sounds and the feelings are different. So when you come out the front here, you've got to kind of coordinate.
Our finish. Competition is about to begin. Please welcome from Belgium, Louise van Regenmortel.
Louise van Regenmortel of Belgium, the 8th best in qualification. She was a team silver medalist in Baku in 2021. Lost the form completing the pass, managed to land it. A little shake of the head from the 20-year-old. She's very experienced. She'll know when it's gone well, she'll know when it's not gone quite as well. That seemed to be a slight mixed bag.
But big difficulty here. So uses the flick, up into the double back straight with the somersault, gets the transition correct, making the whips look easy, building up speed, hands down, and then just pulls that twist quite early, so the shoulders move early, because you've got to get so much in. You've got to get a full twist and a double back straight somersault done.
.25.3 in qualification. Exactly the same score in the final. Louise van Regenmortel, she actually upped her difficulty by 2/10, but the execution sacrificed itself by the same amount, so all much of a muchness. Team silver medalist from yesterday, Maëlle Dumitrou-Marin of France. This is her third World Championships, and she was part of the team that won gold a couple of years ago. She's a very stylish gymnast, Maëlle Dumitrou-Marin, the 23-year-old. She actually only took up tumbling in 2016 after 12 years of artistic gymnastics, and 3 years later she was a Junior World Championship finalist.
Makes a lot of sense seeing what we're seeing here. So that's the double back straight, perfect transition, keeps the speed, and here we've got wrapping the twist in a double back somersault with 2 twists. We call that full in, full out. So it's quite a technical skill because you've got so much twist and somersault, so it's kind of a nice balance of somersault and twist.
.26.2 is her score. It is down just by 1/10 of execution. That's all from qualification. Everything else the same. We go now to a gymnast who is the World Games champion, Candy Brière-Vettila, and the world record holder for difficulty. It's been so interesting to watch her career because she's been a brilliant member of the team for so long, but the last couple of individual finals have been problematic for Candy Brière-Vettila. Here, she looked really strong.
Very strong. So elects for the same as the last pass in terms of difficulty. So that's the double straight. Great tight line. Gets the transition correct into the whip. Trying to stay on line now. And with this full fall, it is in the tuck shape, but because she's got so much height, she doesn't need to pull the tuck quite so tight. So I wonder, is she saving the world record difficulty pass for the final, the medal final?
It's a great decision if this pays off. She's likely to go into the lead. She has done, just by a single 10th, 26.3. She was sick last year and the year before. That may have played on her mind and made her play it relatively safe in the first stage in order to try and get a place in the final. Or the medal round, I should say. This is the final at large. Saskia Savini of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. 25.8 in qualification. She's an extremely powerful and pacey tumbler, the 21-year-old from Winchester. In her first World Championship, she's already become a team champion, and she knows and loves this city a great deal. She's just graduated from the University of Birmingham in criminology. And now the forensic analysis from the judges begins of this pass.
Very good. Huge double back straight. Coach there helping just so that she knows where she is on the tumble track. It's very hard to orientate yourself. Does get a very slightly mistimed part of the routine there, but is able to still get the full.
That was
26.3, Saskia Savini. Exactly the same score as Candy Brière-Vettila. Same difficulty, same execution. to a gymnast who has come on in leaps and bounds of late. Mia Bruns of the United States of America, the 20-year-old who was born in Jiangxi in China but lives in Illinois, silver medalist at the World Games last year. She's one of the most controlled landers in the sport of women's tumbling, Mia Bruns. She's been the form tumbler in the world this year, winning 2 World Cup titles.
So this is a different approach in that she's put the difficulty in this first transitions, this first double here. So that's a full twisting double back straight. That's the first time we've seen that hugely difficult skill early in the pass. Because if you get that transition wrong, you're going to run out of momentum. But she got it completely right. She backed herself in such a way that she knew she could get that dismount.
.25.1 for Mia Bruns, and she will not go into the final. Part of the team that won bronze yesterday.
Representing Belgium, Evie Mill.
We look now at Evie Mill of Belgium, the 9th best in the qualification round, the 23-year-old from Ostend. Oh, and she's just overcooked the landing there, unfortunately, Evie Mill. 25.2 in qualification. It will be lower in this final.
It's so difficult because this sport, as I said, it's about getting that momentum from horizontal, long and low, pushing that momentum and converting it up. Unfortunately, that momentum doesn't quite go up, so it's going lower and longer than unfortunately should like. And it's so difficult to land from that.
And it's very marginal. She's not out by an enormous amount, but a small amount looks huge in this sport. It is 23.1 for Evie Mill. That means that Candy Briere-Vatila and Saskia Savini are going to the medal round.
Let's welcome from Great Britain, Megan Healy.
23-year-old Megan Keeley from Great Britain, world champion from 2021. Well, that is so impressive from Megan Keeley. Now she has the unsighted landing facing away from the starting point. She's the only one that we've seen do that so far, and that has made a very good case for a place in the medal round. And yes, I think she might be aware of that, Pete.
Absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. The speed, the control, the difficulty, the execution, everything coming together.
She's absolutely one of the world's best.
So she starts off with the double back straight, like some of the other gymnasts, but the difference is she's pushing so much faster. She has so much strength, which allows her to push into this massive skill, that blind landing. She does spot it, but still, oh, how she does that.
It's not an enormously common thing to see that landing facing in that direction, but it is enormously common to see Megan Keeley doing something very well in this sport. She waits. She's there, Megan Keeley. So we have 3 of them level on 26.3. And all of those 3 are secure of a place in the medal round. Oh, we're in for quite a medal round here. One to go. Can she get in? Alex Efremoliou of Greece, the 18-year-old who was 6th best in qualification with 25.6. It needs to be higher to challenge for a place in the final. And that is the last performance of the first half of the final. A little shake of the head from Alex Efremoliou as she walks off the tumbling track.
She did very well to finish this pass. It's so cruel, this sport. The gymnasts have been making it look so easy because actually, in fact, this is incredibly difficult. This transition there is so hard to get right. The gymnasts so far have managed to get it right, but there, that's classic of what can happen. The legs buckle as they make contact with the track. But being able to get a full twist in double back pike is very impressive of that.
I mean, I must confess, Pete, that when the knees buckled like that, I wondered if she was actually going to make the landing mat, and she did extraordinarily.
She did, keeping that momentum going. I mean, it's almost like going from standing. You know, you're almost starting the tumble from scratch.
She's an undergraduate at the National Technical University of Athens. .24.2. Regrettably, Alex Efremoliou will not go into the medal round. She's only 18. We hope to see a lot more of her in years to come. And it's the most incredibly compact set of qualifiers. The range between them, 26.3 all the way down to 26.2, 1/10 of a mark. Of course, it doesn't matter now, does it, Pete?
No, it doesn't matter. They're starting from 0, but, I mean, isn't that amazing? To have 4 gymnasts within 0.1 of each other, the smallest margin in this sport, is amazing.
These are the standings at the end of the first half of the final. Those are the 4 who've made it through to the medal round, with 1/10 of a mark separating them. Remarkable. The medal round in the women's tumbling final at the World Championships. 2 from France, 2 from Great Britain. And the world record holder for difficulty is one of them.
Representing France, Maëlle Dumitru-Marin.
Maëlle Dumitru-Marin of France, 26.2 in the first stage of the final. Now we go to a 0 start. Good luck to her and to all of them. She really had to fight to keep the momentum going. And at this stage of the competition, the gymnasts are going to gamble for difficulty and really push it. She gave it everything, Pete.
It's phenomenally difficult. Again, so that's a full twisting double back straight in that first transition. Hugely difficult skill. To then link it into the row of whips is just so cruel. Such a tidy skill, and then there, just that tiny miss time. And remember, in tumbling, the tumbling tracks, the equipment they're on, they vary a lot from club to club, competition to competition. So the gymnasts have had to orientate themselves on this exact track to figure out how it works, exactly how hard to press at what time. And they're very, very slightly out. It's like being given different golf clubs at every golf course you go to.
.22.7 for Maëlle Dumitru-Marin. It could be enough for a medal. There's only 4 of them in this final. You just don't know. Are we going to see the world record pass in terms of difficulty?
So if there's 2 doubles in the pass, that will most likely be the world record again.
It's Candy Brière-Vetila of France. The one thing that is missing from her tumbling collection, and her reaction is indicative of it, is an individual honour. at World Championship level. She has led the French team to the title. She's been the World Games individual champion, but the world individual title, or any world individual medal, has been the thing that has eluded her. But she's just delivered, Pete. Boy, has she delivered.
She has. I'm so happy for her. Can't believe she's managed to put it together so well. Well, I can believe, that's unfair. But using the flick into the double back pike, early lineup, which gives her lots of time to prepare for the next skill. And pushing into a twist and a somersault, spotting the landing early to get a good landing again.
The one thing missing from the collection is going to be hers. What colour will it be? 26, she is guaranteed an individual medal. And hugely well done to her. She was 6th last year and 6th the year before.
Gymnast, giving it for Great Britain, Saskia Savini.
Saskia Savini of Great Britain. 26.3 in the first stage of the final. If she can produce something along those lines here, she'll go into the gold medal position with 1 to go. She is having the most outrageous debut World Championships. Saskia Savini, how has she not been around for the past 10 years? It's the most mature and accomplished tumbling imaginable from this 21-year-old graduate at the University of Birmingham.
Phenomenal performance, linking the transition, putting everything together, using the twist in that double straight to huge difficulty. Twist attract more difficulty, so she's really put in everything she could. So using, first of all, a full twist in the double back straight. So there she's got Mikey, her coach, just so she knows where she is. Full twist double back straight, but is able to see it early to get that perfect connection. Once that connection's going, you can see her other coach there calling it out for the full twist and then pulling those legs around as tight as she could.
Just hanging on right to the end. Full twist. Coach Chris Porter.
Living every moment of that pass. Him too.
And Mikey Marsh, you can see what it means to not just the gymnasts, but the coaches.
Both Chris and Mikey have both won world medals themselves.
And she has got 1 too. Saskia Savini, 25.3. She is secure of at least the bronze medal with 1 to go.
Gymnast from Great Britain, Megan Keeley.
To the world champion from 2021, Megan Keeley, the last to go in the medal round of this women's tumbling final. Goodness me, what a finish from Megan Keeley of Great Britain. She's certainly on the podium. The question is where. But the collection of honours that she has, 5 times a champion of the world, Megan Keeley. She's been one of the mainstays of this British team for years.
Such an amazing pass. She is exactly who you want in a final to put this together. So again, electing for the hugely difficult full twisting double back straights. That's a full in back out, as we call it. Perfect transition and connection into the whips, keeping the speed. And again, that full in back out pike.
What's the difficulty value associated with that? It was well executed.
The fulling back pike is 2.6.
No, I was talking about Mikey's dancing, actually.
Oh, I was looking up the fulling back.
I thought you had it written down. I was very impressed. Oh, it's very, very tight. Megan Keeley has taken the silver medal. 25.8, and Candy Briere-Vetillard has completed the set. European champion, World Games champion, World Individual champion. Congratulations to the 20-year-old from Le Mans in the northwest of France. That is a wonderful moment in her career. It's been a long time coming too. And for Megan Keeley as well, she now, with that silver medal, has completed full colours at the World Championships of Trampoline Gymnastics. And Saskia Savini also on the podium at her first World Championships. But that's a special moment.
That really is. She'll remember this for the rest of her life, I'm sure. And well, maybe there'll be more to come, who knows?
It feels, doesn't it, like that was the big one that she needed to prove to herself that she could deliver.
Exactly. Once you've got the world record in difficulty, you've got such a variety of skills, to actually put it together at the right time, the right day is so amazing.
The classified results in the women's tumbling final. The bronze medal to Saskia Savini of Great Britain. Her teammate Megan Keeley takes the silver, and by 0.2 of a mark it's Candy Briere-Vetillard of France who has completed the full set of individual honours. Let's remind ourselves of the best moments in this brilliant women's tumbling final. The women's double mini trampoline final is the next event on this packed day of competition at the 36th FIG Trampoline Gymnastics World Championships. The finalists in the women's double mini trampoline competition at Birmingham 2023. The top performer in qualification will go second in the order, Diana Gago of Portugal. And she will be followed by Gracie Harder of the USA, who was the second best. Here they are, the finalists in the women's double mini trampoline competition.
Representing Portugal, Diana Gago.
Diana Gago of Portugal, the top qualifier.
Grace Harder.
There's the second best qualifier, Gracie Harder of the USA.
The United States of America, Alaya Raga. Representing Canada, Zoe Falloon. Representing Spain, Spain, Melania Rodriguez. Let me hear you, Birmingham. Make some noise for Great Britain's Molly McKenna. And the last of our finalists from Great Britain, Ruth Shevlin.
Two British gymnasts completing the lineup, and the last of them, Ruth Shevlin, who was part of the team that won gold. She was the reserve gymnast for that team, with Molly McKenna, who was before her just a moment ago, a performing part of the team in the final. The warm-ups begin for the women's double mini trampoline final at the Birmingham 2023 World Championships of Trampoline Gymnastics. Holly Hogman here, and sitting alongside me, Pete Cracknell, who knows inside out the mechanics of the double mini trampoline. Pete, it's wonderful, but it's horrible as well, isn't it? Because it is not your friend, that apparatus. It is no one's friend.
It really isn't. I don't know why I love the sport so much sometimes, especially when you're high up in the air. If you're out by just a couple of degrees, suddenly that equipment is tiny. It's not in the right place, and there's nothing you can do. Once your trajectory is set, you're in the wrong place, and you just kind of have to wait and roll. You learn to roll out of things very quickly.
If it's your first time watching the sport of double mini trampoline gymnastics, well, I think it's really worth, Pete, going into the physics of the apparatus itself. It has got that sloping bed. That's the first thing the athlete makes contact with. They've then got to get the trajectory spot on to get onto the flat bed of the double mini trampoline. It's a tiny apparatus, and judging the angle right on the sloping bed is so hard.
It's incredibly difficult because you're converting your horizontal momentum into vertical momentum, but you've got your shoulders, your hips and your feet that all need to be in the right angle in order to set yourself up. If, for example, you're going into a pike shape, so that's when you close your body sort of tight, your hips might move slightly too early, slightly too late, and it can completely change your trajectory. So it's really about getting the timing right of every little movement.
We have 8 gymnasts in this final. They will all undertake one pass of the apparatus. They can do what they like in those 2 passes, as long as, if they get from the final to the medal round, which is where they will get the chance to do a second pass, they do not repeat themselves. So only the top 4 will get the luxury of a second pass. They must not attempt the same skills. Now, you would be watching this and thinking, well, okay, fine, don't attempt the same skills, but it's not that simple. A gymnast might attempt to straighten their legs for a pike position. They might be a fraction out and have knee bend, and suddenly that's given as a tuck position, and it's a repeated skill from what they did in the first stage of the final. When you see gymnasts getting low scores for repeated skills, it's generally not because they've completely misjudged and forgotten what they've done. It's because they've been out on their execution.
It is, and it's so difficult. We call it shape gate at our club. It's making sure that if you do declare a shape, you absolutely make sure you do it. So if a gymnast have enough skills, they will pick skills that there's no chance of an overlap. So, for example, a twisting skill and a somersaulting skill. So a triple back somersault and a full twisting, or a 1.5 twisting double straight front somersault.
Let's have a look at the landing area in more detail. Land in the red and you get no penalties. Land in the yellow, 0.6 is taken away from your score. And if you land in the blue, then that's 1.0 taken away from your score. You also get 0.2 taken away for every move from one area into t'other. So landing in the red there, that's 0. But say the gymnast had stepped into the yellow, that would be a 0.2 penalty. If they land in the yellow and step into the blue, that's 0.6 plus 0.2, ergo 0.8 of penalty marks. Hope that all made sense.
And difficulty is based on the number of somersaults, what shape you're in, so you upgrade as you go to harder shapes, so going from a tuck to a pike to straight, and number of twists. So they're the three things we'll be looking at, is shape, twist, and number of somersaults.
We are ready to go, representing Canada. Make some noise for Hannah.
Massive congratulations to this brilliant young gymnast from Saskatchewan, Hannah Metherell, who performed the last pass that won Canada the team bronze medal yesterday. And she started well with just a 0.2 penalty for that back step in the final. But Pete, her performance in yesterday's team final was brilliant.
Phenomenal, and again, great today. Going with a double twisting double back, so we call that a full in, full out, or a full for short. So relatively simple first skill, so that's called a half out pike. And then here, that's hugely complex. Double back, double twist in the straight position.
Sit over there, don't I? Yeah.
She's one of only 2 double mini trampoline senior athletes in the entire province of Saskatchewan in Canada. She's a coach. She's a very highly regarded young leader.
How's the
25.3
sleigh?
for Hannah Metherell. That's well up from qualification by half a mark.
Next up from Portugal, Diana Gago.
Diana Gago of Portugal, 21 from the southwest of the country in Montijo. She was the top qualifier. And that's fine work from Diana Gago, a little unstable on the landing, 0.6 penalty, certainly to be applied.
So used very high difficulty for the mount, so she's used up a full and half straight. So that's this skill here, that's got a full and half straight, it's worth 4, it's worth huge difficulty. So that's now used up, so she can't use it in the final, but follows it up with a 3.6, so that's a double back in the straight position with a full twist. And she has more to come for dismount, so she's gone for a difficult mount and an easy dismount.
.25.7 for Diana Gago. Medal 1, time for lunch. Thiago Sampaio.
So, the USA, Grace Harder.
Gracie Harder, 18-year-old from Archdale in North Carolina, her senior world championship debut. Well done to her. Gracie Harder in her first ever World Championship final as an individual. She did very well at the Palm Beach World Cup earlier this year.
So like last year's final, it looks like the women are electing to use this huge mount. So this mount here is the hardest mount women do in international competition, using it in the first part of the final. So that again, that's worth 4, because it's double straight with 1.5 twist. And then going for slightly simpler dismounts.
We haven't done your score yet.
Oh, I thought that was.
No.
That was just playback. Do you want to go back? Yeah, I'll go sit down again.
Gracie Harder
can't see
has
very
been
well.
gently
Can you
ushered
just, like,
back
let
to
me
wait
know?
for her score.
Oh, I can't see this.
They're saying, Gracie, don't make it harder.
Do
You
I
need
look
to just
okay?
stay around for a moment.
Thank you.
So the judges will need to be checking the shape at any stage throughout that somersault, throughout any of the skills. If there's a downgrade in shape, they need to downgrade the difficulty.
25.6. She's in second place at the moment. Well done, Gracie Harder.
They didn't downgrade it, they gave the full difficulty.
Next up, let's hear it please from Great Britain's Holly McKenna.
This young athlete has been an absolute sensation at the championships. Team gold medalist the youngest now in this final, Molly McKenna of Northern Ireland, history-making gymnast for Northern Ireland. And she does well. She's quite close to the apparatus. As she lands a small step forward, it will be at least 0.2 a penalty, assuming she did land cleanly in the red. The junior world champion from last year in Sofia.
So here she's done the opposite of some of the other gymnasts in going with the slightly easier mount, but then the huge dismounts. That's the skill here. Got to make sure she wraps in tight body line in order to get the twist and the somersault in the straight position. Presses the mini with her legs.
25.6 for Molly McKenna. She is in third place at the moment. Tiana Gagu, still the top performer. It's very tight though, only 1/10 separating the top three. Alia Raga of the United States of America, 5th best in qualification, the 19-year-old who lives in Maryland. Well, she's done very well because it didn't look as though her contact on the flat bed of the apparatus was exactly as desired. Gracie Harder, watching on, is thrilled. She has developed incredibly over the last couple of years, Alia Raga.
So the blue frame pads here, what they do is they protect the gymnast from the springs, but yeah, in the current rules, it's considered okay. Trying to get it exactly right. It was up to the judges to ensure, but in the old days, if you touched it, it didn't count. Now, I think as long as you use the elasticity of the bed, then it's okay. So we'll see what the judges think.
She started the sport because she wanted to be a cheerleader. Her mother put her into gymnastics to learn to flip properly.
Stuck it. Okay.
She's absolutely passionate about astronomy. Might well go to the planetarium in Birmingham while she's here.
Let's get it, Zoe.
Very accomplished painter as well, Alia Raga. Let's have a look back at this one more time.
So they're allowed to brush it, but they're not allowed to kind of land on it. So it does move a lot. So the judges are going to have to decide what that counts as. But it didn't affect the pass.
Pull out straight.
She's okay. She's into the medal round. 26.1 for Alia Raga of the United States of America. She's the first one short of a place in the final four.
Next up from Canada.
3 to go. Zoe Phaneuf of Canada. Really steady looking landing there from the 20-year-old, the biomedical science undergraduate at Calgary's very prestigious university. She trains at the Calgary Gym Centre as well.
This is where it's so difficult because the mount looks solid, she spots the landing, and now she knows she's got a huge skill coming and that arm is just out to the side. Just got to sets the mechanics out of place. It's very difficult then to get that extension to the straight skill, so judges might be calling that tuck. But she did get the twist round comfortably, she did get the somersault round comfortably, so there we go. The arms out wide to try and create the twist, but not the ideal position, but still makes it round safely.
Team bronze medalist Zoe Phaneuf. Molly McKenna currently sitting in 4th place on 25.6. That is the number required. .25.6 plus would get you a place into the medal round. So the wait goes on for Zoe van Hoof, an agonising wait. 2 left. Ruth Chevallon will be the penultimate, then we'll have Melania Rodriguez. So we look back at it one more time, this performance of Zoe van Hoof.
Ooh, did look like it might have gone just into that tuck position. So the judges really need to decide whether that's tucked or straight. At any point, if it goes too tucked, other than the landing, the last 90 degrees, if it goes too tucked.
They gave me tuck.
And that seems to be the case. 24.8, you were spot on with that, Pete, and the judges concurred. So Molly McKenna holding on for the moment.
Next
2 left.
Let's hear it, please, for Great Britain.
Ruth Chevallon of Great Britain, the 30-year-old from Oldham in Greater Manchester. Her 4th World Championships. She didn't start this sport until she was 16. She was initially a sailor, believe it or not. And she will be sailing into the medal round with that performance. Ruth Chevallon of Great Britain, part of the team that won the gold medal. That was absolutely fantastic. She is really frank about the fact that she was dreadful at this sport when she started. You know that feeling, Pete,
Yeah.
don't you? You started it later on in life.
I did indeed. When you start later in life, it's a different journey you go on. So here she's electing for huge difficulty in the mount and the dismount. So she knows that she needs to put it all together. So rather than play it safe-ish, you know, prepare for the last part of the final, she just goes for the whole lot. So 1.5 twisting, double front, and a double twisting, double back, both in the pike position.
Molly McKenna applauding it, even though it may be the performance that rules her out. 25.6 for Ruth Chevallon. We'll just bring you clarification on that in a moment, because it is, although the same score for McKenna and Chevallon, the execution of McKenna is higher, 18.6.
Next up from Spain, Melania Rodriguez.
Melania Rodriguez of Spain, the World Games champion last year. That is stylish from Melania Rodriguez, the 22-year-old, first ever female Spanish gymnast to win a medal at the Trampoline World Championships.
Making it look easy. That was so clean. That half-out pike, that first skill was just such a tight pike shape. So good connection, up tall, arms up tall, tight shape, kicks out early, holds the line so well, makes it easier to land when you can see down that for that long time.
Melania Rodriguez will be confident, quietly one imagines. She's easily into the medal round. Melania Rodriguez, 26, second place, and that means that Molly McKenna and Ruth Chevallon have just missed out, but they are both team gold medalists. Alia Raga of the United States of America, the top so far. This is how it looks after the first stage of the final. The 4 that have made it through, led by Alia Raga of the United States of America, just 1/10 ahead of Melania Rodriguez of Spain, the World Games champion from Birmingham, Alabama. The medal round of the women's double mini trampoline final at the World Championships in Birmingham, and these are the final 4. We have the World Games champion Melania Rodriguez going last.
There's no extra warm-ups, so they're straight in now.
It's been a thoroughly enjoyable final, this, and it goes on. Diana Gago of Portugal, 25.7 in the first stage of the final, but we're back to 0 now. It's a massive attack for a medal there from Diana Gago. She's only competed at one World Cup event this year. We haven't seen a lot of her at individual level. And at the World Games last year, she had real problems in the second stage of the final. Not so here.
So electing for a full in half out tuck, as we call it. So it's a double front with a full in the first somersault, half twist in the second somersault. But what's great about this, I love this skill, is it tucks up and then it has a sharp kick out, bam. And that gives you the sort of preparation to see down and get ready for the next skill.
.25.3. Diana Gago sets the mark for everyone else. 0.6 of penalties. Gracie Harder from the United States of America. Bronze medalist at the National Championships for the second consecutive year, and now in a great position to win World Championship honours in Birmingham. Really well done to her. This 18-year-old senior World Championship debutant has kept it all together, and now, as the men's world champion films it for her, she has quite probably earned her place on the podium. And now the emotions all start to flow for Gracie Harder.
I can tell you, it's such a relief once you've finished competing. Such a relief. So, very clean, tight shape in that half-out pike. Arms up tall, pulls it round, hold arms tight to the body to create the twist, or maintain that twist, makes the landing a lot easier.
And she looks as though she's in bounds here for no penalties. We've just had 0.6 for the previous gymnast. She's got it, she's got a medal. Gracie Harder of the United States of America, 26.1. Oh, that is wonderful. And Ruben Padilla, who won the men's competition, thrilled for her. Aliaraga of the United States of America. 26.1 in the first stage. That is stuck from Raga and has absolutely overwhelmed her. Oh, look at that. You've got Gracie Harder sobbing, you've got Aliaraga sobbing. Pete, do you want to start sobbing too?
I'm not far off, I'm not far off. The pressure in these finals is phenomenal. It's so easy to make a mistake. It is so easy to go left, right, back, forwards, land in the wrong spot, and then you can't take off, or your dismount flies off. Holding it together under this pressure is so impressive. As I said, it's minuscule detail. She's gone slightly to our right on the screen there with a bit of cast, but you wouldn't guess it in the dismount.
And what a landing, Pete. What a landing.
Well, the quality is so good here that it makes her life easy. So there, she sees it, she sees it, she sees it. So because she can see, she can see the red, that's what you want to see. You want to see that red mat as soon as you can.
And if any of you wonder out there, what does a stuck landing mean to a gymnast, you've just seen the visual representation.
Oh man, I don't look that great. Oh god. It's okay, I feel FOMO. Stop, should have scored. Oh, should have scored, should have scored.
She leads Ali Raga 26.2, and well done, young Gracie Harder, because she's just lost the lead to her own teammate, and she has celebrated with her as though it's her own gold medal. That is sporting spirit. Now, amidst all of the euphoria, the jubilation, the World Games champion Melania Rodriguez will be the last to go. And that is very fine from Melania Rodriguez, who just allows herself a muted smile, a small reaction. The Spaniards watching on cheer. That's a contending display.
It sure is. So if that mount is classed as straight, which is up to the judges to decide, that will be the same difficulty as both Americans. And then it just comes down to execution.
Raga's execution 19, Harder's 18.9.
Oh no, sorry, I'm really sorry. As a 7.6, that's actually 0.4 higher. So it's a 4 followed by 3.6. So 7.6, 0.4 higher.
Now that could be very interesting.
My maths degree was wasted. So a tuck is considered tucked if the hip angle is below 135 degrees. So it's up to the judges to decide.
Maybe, maybe, she's thinking. The World Games gold medalist is the world champion, Melania Rodriguez of Spain. And that 7.6 difficulty that you were talking about, Pete, was key there, because it wins her the title by a tenth. Her execution lower than Harder, lower still than Raga, but her difficulty high. And that is wonderful to see from Raga and from Harder, acknowledging that they have been well beaten by the difficulty. Great sporting spirit from the Americans.
Love seeing it. All these gymnasts, they get on so well, and they all just want the best for each other.
And that's a really special moment for Melania Rodriguez, because she's won the World Games title, but this is her first World Championship title. And she was 8th last year and 7th the year before, so this has been one that she's been desperate to get tipped off.
Everybody in the audience, can we make some
The
noise for
classified
Harder?
results in the women's double mini trampoline final. The bronze medal to Gracie Harder. Her teammate from the USA, Alia Raga, wins silver, and Melania Rodriguez of Spain is the champion of the world at last. Let's look back at an absolutely enthralling women's double mini trampoline final.
He's amazing. Get your phones out, go to your camera, and scan the QR code on the big screen. So zoom in, tap on the QR code. This is going to take over your phone, and your camera feed on your phone is going to show on the big screen when we select it. Do this quickly. You haven't got on at all, manage to squeeze it in, but you can get on the big screen on your own phone. Scan the QR code, press the link, it's going to say, please tap here to enable the camera, allow permission. You'll see your face on the camera. It'll say, get ready above it. When it goes live, there we go. You've got to make some noise. If you see yourself off the big screen, you've got to cheer so we know where you are. We'll try and get through as many of these as we can. Only a few seconds for each one. Give us a wave. You'll be very sleepy there, won't you? Give us a little wave, a little dance, and working it. Yeah, okay, there we go. Get to smile. Very nice. Very good. Any more there? Very nice. Keep it going. Keep it going. All you see the best. Keep it seeing each other. They don't even know the camera in there. That's fine. Yeah, you've got to be almost ready in the mix of it. Just actually, to be fair, the person who selected these is going to select the ones that look the most fun. I think Sam selected these, and Sam really likes the ones that look like they're having fun. So if you're already having fun before we come to these, there's more chance of you being selected. So wave down, show us your little flags, put money over the screen, look like
The men's tumbling final is the last of the individual finals today.
Dan's happy, there we are, never mind. One or two more, then we are close to getting the gymnasts in. Alright, we'll try and do that again.
The contenders for the men's tumbling title at the World Championships of 2023, and Mikhail Malkin of Azerbaijan was the top performer in qualification. Azerbaijan won a surprise team title yesterday. They've got two representatives in the individual final here.
Men's tumbling final.
Well, if you want something calm and relaxing and easy to watch, you're in the wrong place. It's the men's tumbling final, and it's a showpiece occasion at the World Championships. Here are your runners and riders.
Representing Australia, Ethan McGuinness. Representing Azerbaijan, Mikhail Malkin.
There is the top qualifier.
Denmark, Mats Hansen. Representing Denmark, Magnus Lindholmer. Representing the United States of America, Caden Brown.
The second best in qualification, Caden Brown.
Let's see, make some noise.
The World Games champion.
Christoph Willerton. And let's hear the last of our finalists from Birmingham, Great Britain, Jaden Paddock.
And two gymnasts from the British silver medal winning team, Christoph Willerton and Jaden Paddock, third and eighth, respectively in qualification.
Finalists. Again, these are the men's tumbling finalists.
The men's tumbling final. It is warm-up time for these gymnasts, and can we just at this opportunity say a huge congratulations to a history maker. Christoph Willerton of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has become the first British man to compete at 11 World Championships. It is an incredible accomplishment. There he is, the graduate of biochemistry from St Edmund Hall, Oxford. 11 World Championships. He says he's never felt stronger in many areas. Maintaining his body physically has been more of a challenge as he gets older. Well, he seems to be maintaining it pretty well, doesn't he?
You'd never guess. You would never guess.
And he's a lovely chap too.
It's almost annoying how lovely he is. It's just, you almost, you know, you obviously root for him, but sometimes you almost want to.
You want to see that little bit of weakness in him as a human being, don't you?
I've never come across a weakness, unfortunately.
You want to see him drop some litter somewhere or something like that.
It's just something.
He's a very, very nice chap.
Very successful coach as well.
Now, these young men from Azerbaijan, Tofig Aliyev, he's 18, a debut World Championships, and he was the gentleman that brought home the tumbling team world title. It wasn't the experienced Misha Malkin who was trusted to see it over the line. They gave it to this man.
Oh no.
Oh,
This could be an injury.
oh no. Well, just as we're talking about how fabulous his competition has been. Oh no.
As you were just saying, he was crowned world champion yesterday with a phenomenal performance. To be able to put it out last, put down that run.
And let's look at this again. Well, he's up and he's walking relatively normally. It's not for us to speculate there. Only he knows what happened and how he feels. He's had an absolutely extraordinary championships.
The forces that go through the body are phenomenal in tumbling. It is so intense.
The Azerbaijan coaching staff just digesting this and having a think about what they've witnessed. We have representation from two Danes in this final, Mads Hansen and Maus Lindholmer. The Danes have such a great tradition of men's tumbling.
They sure do. They have some great tumbling shows as well. They really enjoy this sport, and you can see why they've got such great gymnasts.
That's a really important point actually to go into, Pete, because it really is a spectator sport, isn't it, in Denmark? They do these wonderful shows. Team gymnastics in all of the Nordic countries is huge.
Yeah, really enjoyed it. I did do Team Gym very long time ago. I don't know if I mentioned that, or did you look that up? 2001, very, very long time ago. Love Team Gym, very interesting discipline, collection of floor tumbling, yeah, trampette and lots of bits and bobs. And yeah, they combine them in such a great way.
The European Championships are in Baku in October next year. He does so much work on his mental process, Christoph Willerton. You can see him getting ready now. Christoph Willerton of Great Britain, who has become, at these championships, the first British man to compete at 11 World Championships. He is an absolute legend of this sport. And he's off to a very good beginning. 8 gymnasts competing in this final. The best 4 will make it through to the medal round, and the real veteran of the pack has started.
So the difficulty needed to get through is going to be hugely high. So he's gone with a double back with a full twist in straight position. He's then gone with a double back again, straight in the full twist position, but different position. But here, I suspect he was going for the triple back, because that's what he did before, but he didn't have the speed to be able to get it round. So there, just a tiny buckle, loses the speed. He's not got much track left, not got many skills left to be able to pull the triple tuck. So unfortunately, he only gets the 2 in, so it'll be low difficulty.
(26.2), 8.3 difficulty. We certainly expect to see much more than that. Team silver medalist Christoph Willerton, and what a fabulous career he's had. Tofig Aliyev of Azerbaijan, the 18-year-old who secured the team title for his teammates yesterday. We hope he's okay after an uncomfortable looking warm-up. He's got a big adjustment step forwards as he lands, but that's good to see considering that he pulled up short in his warm-up and looked to be in some pain.
I'm amazed, absolutely amazed. He's put together a hugely difficult pass there. So the dismount was a full twisting triple back. So you've got to stand it up in a straight position to get the twist and then wrap the somersault. So this is a double twisting double back. We call that a full. Gets the transition correct, maintains the speed. And then here, stand, full twist, pull the tuck, spot it, down. It's worth 6.3 alone just for that skill, difficulty-wise.
Yes, that's a worry to see. And if he's in any doubt here, he should not go on. He should not compete in the final round because he's 18 and he's got a glittering career in this sport ahead of him. 29.5 for Tofig Aliyev. And I reiterate, I mean, it's a brilliant score. He's in the lead. You just hope that no risks needlessly are taken.
Australia, Ethan McGuinness.
Ethan McGuinness of Australia, the reigning world champion. 6th best in qualification. And he was off on his landing, the hands going down, some quite hefty deductions coming.
So this will come down to whether the judges consider that he's landed the skill and then stepped, or whether he didn't finish the skill. So that's what the judges have got to decide. Hugely difficult though. So a full, so double twisting double back, followed by single twisting double back. Has the speed, preps it up for triple back pike, not quite as high he normally is. And the judges have got to decide whether that lands or the hands touch too early or too late.
Yeah, me too. So over it. And we've got no brakes straight onto this. Yeah. Probably not. Yeah. It'll be 3 per temple. Can we just do their performances at the same time? Have 3 going. Yeah.
The assessment in progress, and this is what they're scrutinising.
Just hope the men are first. No, I don't know.
Ah, so his knees as well. So if his knees touch the mat, then there'll be a bigger deduction.
Yeah. Yeah.
The 22-year-old Ethan McGuinness from Penrith in New South Wales. He won the gold in the arena that he said he always looked at in his mind when he closed his eyes in Bulgaria, because he came to that arena in 2017 as a spectator, having broken his leg. He recovered to come back and to win the World Championship title. But in Birmingham, it's not as strong. 24 for Ethan McGuinness.
They didn't give that final skill.
Mikhail Malkin, Misha to his teammates, the 27-year-old from Azerbaijan, top qualifier. He's looking just stunning at the moment, absolutely absolutely first-rate, world-class and a championship contender. He was part of the team that won gold yesterday, the silver medalist in 2021. Could he go all the way outside of his home country?
Faultless pass, double twist and double back, really slick into that transition, able to set up nicely, get the arms up tall, arms in tight to the body, presses into a good whip. Arms down, not quite in the upright position, but doesn't seem to affect him. He still seems to pull the knees round tight enough to get round easily enough.
It was all of the energy that he had as a child that led his dear old nan to enroll him in gymnastics. And he's said many times since he owes so much to his grandma for making that decision. She spotted something in him. It's been great to see his consistency, because inconsistency has been a big problem for Misha Malkin over the years. He had a dreadful injury back in 2019, tore his Achilles tendon at a World Cup event. Took him a long time to recover. Well, it's not a great surprise here to see that Ethan McGuinness has challenged his score. He looked really unhappy about it at the end.
He was indeed. He obviously feels that the forces went through his feet as he landed rather than using his knees.
We'll remind ourselves of this. This is what the superior jury are looking at.
So just like VAR in football or something like that, this is the opportunity to really make sure they get this right. So do his knees touch?
We'll leave you arguing amongst yourselves at home about this one. This has to be scrutinised before we can go on.
It's actually,
we hope that all is okay. Sorry, people say we hope that all is okay for Taufik Aliyev.
it's very difficult for gymnasts. When this happens, you have to be able to stay warm, stay calm, because you've got to compete after this.
Jaden Paddock will be next to go. And they're receiving some physiotherapy. Is Taufik Aliyev. That could actually help him, this little delay. Taufik Aliyev just gives a little more time for some treatment.
That's a good point, actually. So the longer it goes as well, they've had their warm-up time, so it's the longest since they've touched the equipment, either out the front or the back. They've visualised the passes, they've had everything kind of prepared, and now the timeline's changed.
No change to Ethan McGuinness's score, 24. Misha Malkin is now waiting for his score. That's an absolute delight of a number. 30.7, he's up by 3/10 from the preliminary round. The two gymnasts from Azerbaijan are leading. Jaden Paddock of Great Britain, the 22-year-old from this part of the country who trains at the City of Birmingham club, helped the team win the silver medal yesterday. He is a stuntman, and he's the centre of attention in this drama because he's performed magnificently. Jaden Paddock is a real deliverer of the goods when a final comes around, and he's a little bit of a showman too. And good job too, because we love it.
He sure is. He went with that big finish again, so that's the full twist into the triple back tuck. That's worth 6.3 on its own alone. it looked like he'd made a very, very tiny mistake in that row of whips, but he managed to correct it. I was a little worried he wouldn't have the momentum. So here, this has all gone to plan. So this is a double twisting, double back straight, gets the whip, and there, slight buck of the legs, and then slightly slower, but doesn't seem to trouble him.
He said that the first lesson in failure in his life was in this building when he was 9 years old, when he landed on his neck after pulling out of a tumbling pass. He said that was a really massive moment in his young life as a tumbler, and now he's back in Arena Birmingham, and he looks so comfortable on the big stage. Well, he is so comfortable on the big stage, and with just cause. Jaden Paddock goes into third place. So as things stand, he is in the final, 29.2. There's quite a bit of daylight between third and fourth, 3 marks between Paddock and Willerton. So there's space for somebody to break into that top 4, and we have 3 to go. Mads Hansen of Denmark, the 20-year-old from Odense, which hosted the World Championships in 2015. Regrettably, he's very low in the landing, sits it down. He seems okay, which is the most significant thing. Great young gymnast Hansen, already a bronze medalist here in the team event after winning silver last year.
So it was a really strong start. The transition to this big double here looked all strong, and then there was just a slight mistime again. It's so hard to get that connection with the track and get that timing right. And then he goes for what's a twisting skill, a very blind skill. You can't see anything. So he does spot the landing, actually. You can see him spot the landing, but not with enough somersault left to be able to get to his feet. So he spots it there, but there's nothing you can do once you're in that position.
.5 as expected for Mads Hansen. At the moment, Christoph Willerton is still holding on for a spot in the medal round, but 2 to go. Maus Lindholm of Denmark, the 20-year-old from Langeland, at his second World Championships. He's a youth coach, and he's also a 2-time medalist with the team at the World Championships. A lot to enjoy about his work, a lot to enjoy. He just recently won the silver medal at the National Championships, and he said to the champion, Martin Abildgaard, enjoy it while it lasts, because I'm coming for you next year. All in the spirit of friendship, of course, but he was the junior world champion last year, so a lot is expected of Maus Lindholm.
So you're opting for 2 transition skills, so 2 doubles, so using the double back straight originally, where you've got to maintain momentum, into double back straight with a full twist, and again, get that transition link and set yourself up, ready to wrap the triple twist in double back.
Isn't it nice when you see a junior world champion inhabit the senior stage just 1 year after their title? 28.7, so Christoph Willerton is displaced into 4th. Maus Lindholm is going into the final as things stand, but the problem is who is yet to come for the Dane, because it's this gentleman. The last of the 8 that have made it through to the final in this first half of the final. Caden Brown of the United States of America, 29.9 in qualification. If he gets that here, he goes into second place. That was wonderful from Caden Brown. Will we be seeing him in the medal round? I think the Americans will be pretty confident after that performance.
I imagine they will. So here he's gone with 2 transitions, but both full twisting double backs, but because he twists in a different place, it's okay. So here he twists in the second somersault, gets that transition correct, and now he does another full twist double back straight, but he twists early, so he's finished it in the first somersault. So that's why he's allowed to repeat that. And then it's 3 twists, so obviously he's allowed that one.
The World Games champion from Birmingham in Alabama. And he might well be the champion of the world in Birmingham, UK. He's into the medal round. 30 for Caden Brown. So those are the 4 from paddock upwards. The conclusion of the first half of the men's tumbling final. Jaden Paddock upwards into the medal round. These are the gymnasts who have made it into the medal round in the men's tumbling competition. The best performer in the first round was Misha Malkin of Azerbaijan, but it's a 0 start once again. Well, this is going to be fascinating.
Anything could happen. Because they have to pick different skills, we don't know which difficulty they will go with yet.
Taufik Aliyev of Azerbaijan, just 18. He's been struggling with a bit of injury and he's in some trouble here. Oh no, poor young man. Well, Taufik Aliyev, he seemed to hurt himself in the warm-up. He was in some pain and getting some treatment after his first pass. And on this occasion, it hasn't happened for him in the final. But if he's okay, Pete, if he's not injured, that's the real triumph to take away from this.
It is. I mean, the determination, assuming he's okay and he's not hurt himself, he fought to keep that going. There, his legs were in the wrong position. He didn't have enough somersault, which meant he wasn't set up for the next whip. But he basically got a double back with a full twist. We call that a full in back round from next to no momentum left. So there we go. That's where he's lost momentum. And again here, he's got to get his feet underneath him, but he can't because he hadn't got the somersault. That in itself is an incredible feat.
Lots of protective taping on his leg after the injury earlier. I hope somebody puts an arm around his shoulder and says, take heart, young man, you have had a fantastic debut World Championships. 24.7 for the man who brought home the team gold to Azerbaijan yesterday. We'll see him again.
So they can still change their pass if they want. They can change the difficulty. Depends what they want to aim for. To win or a safe medal.
Next up is Lex Lloyd from Azerbaijan, for Mikhail Malkin.
Mikhail Malkin of Azerbaijan. the best performer in the first stage of the final with a brilliant 30.7. He has finally managed to work out how to put it all together. Big occasion after big occasion after big occasion brings big performance after big performance after big performance from Misha Malkin. He has always said, I know how to do this, I just have to go out there and actually deliver. I've got to put it all together. Well, he's done it.
Incredible difficulty, incredible, that's just amazing. Uses the flick to set him up, wraps into a triple twisting double back. That's a Miller in the transition, in the middle of the pass. Keeps the momentum out of that to set up for a full twisting triple back, so full in triple back we call it.
Fantastic landing from that. Full twisted triple back.
Azerbaijan takes tumbling incredibly seriously. I was at the World Championships in Baku in 2021, and I remember at the end of one of the days of competition, the whole arena, as we were leaving, filled up with young children coming in to train on the facilities. There were absolutely scores of them waiting to follow in this man's footsteps. This is going to be huge. Oh, it's enormous! 31.1, Misha Malkin. He is absolutely the odds-on favourite now to be the champion of the world. Azerbaijan had never won a gold medal at the Trampoline World Championships until yesterday. It's London bus syndrome. You wait a long time, and now two will come up one after the other. Jayden Paddock, the next performer. The British athlete scored 29.2 in the first stage of the final. Now we go back to 0, and he tries to get a place on the podium. He's delivered on so many occasions for the team, but the individual honours, they have been waiting for him to come and claim them. He was 5th way back in 2019 in the individual final, and he will be on the podium now at last. 22-year-old Jayden Paddock.
Such a big moment. You spend years, hours, hundreds, thousands of hours training these passes to be able to put them together at the right time in front of your home crowd, using the full twisting double back straight followed by a very clean triple back pike.
He was released from an artistic gymnastics squad at the age of 7. Instead of walking away from the sport, as so many would have done, it would have been totally understandable at that stage of life, he decided to switch to tumbling. And in this arena, in which he had an awful experience landing on his neck as a 9-year-old, again, so many would have never come back, would have never done it. He has stayed, he's persevered, he's endured, and he is an individual World Championship medalist. His name is Jayden Paddock, and he's as tough as nails.
Gymnastics for the USA. Let's hear it for Caden Brown.
One remains. Caden Brown, the World Games champion from his home competition in Alabama last year. It needs to be an enormous score to beat Misha Malkin. He's going to go for it. What an unbelievable finish to this men's tumbling final. Oh, Caden Brown with some beautiful gymnastics. If it is not possible to beat Misha Malkin, Caden Brown has thrown everything at it.
He really has, again, under that pressure to hold it all together, keep that difficulty as well. So impressive.
He's an absolutely extraordinary young man. They call him Cadmus Prime, after Optimus Prime in Transformers. He transformed from Taekwondo into gymnastics, would you believe?
So you went with 2 transitions, so that's 2 big doubles in the middle of the pass. As much as that double straight is very impressive at this very, very, very top level, it doesn't get the difficulty as some of the other skills we've seen. Very clean triple tuck.
Congratulations, sir.
Aliyev, Paddock, Malkin, as things stand. Brown has won the silver medal, 30.1 his score. The difficulty of Misha Malkin was impossible to contend with. Azerbaijan had never won a medal at the Trampoline World Championships until yesterday. Their only medalist was him, Misha Malkin, who won silver in 2021. Well, he's won every single one of their medals. The man who lives in Baku, and he's won another gold. Jaden Paddock taking the bronze with Caden Brown in the middle. This gentleman is a force of nature.
I'm so happy for him to put down that pass. And Miller, a triple twisted double back in the middle of his pass. You've got to finish the skill in time to continue that row of whips. It's phenomenally difficult because you're doing so much twist, you've got to be able to see the exit.
Once again, let's hear it for all of our finalists. What a tremendous performance they've all put in. Here we go, make some noise as we now march on from the arena.
The classified results in the men's tumbling competition. The bronze medal won by Jaden Paddock of Great Britain, silver to Caden Brown of the United States of America, and the World Championship title won by Mikhail Malkin of Azerbaijan. Let's look back at some of the highlights of the competition. There is a lot still to come at the World Championships here in Birmingham, but we have some scenes of celebration first. The medal ceremonies for the 4 events that have just taken place will be on their way. The medal ceremonies for the 4 individual finals that we've just enjoyed are on their way, and after that we'll bring you 2 trampoline team finals. Don't go too far away.
ceremonies. The stage is set. Gymnasts are almost in position. Probably just around about a minute's time from now, with the medal ceremonies underway.
The FIG World Trampoline Championships 2023 award ceremony for the double mini trampoline men's final.
The victory ceremony for the men's double mini trampoline competition at the World Championships in Birmingham.
Presented by Alejandro Pinish, FIG Executive Committee member. The silver medals are presented by Rosianna McLennan, FIG Trampoline Athlete Representative. The bronze medals are presented by Deborah Cadman, Chief Executive, Birmingham City Council. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Portugal, Tiago Sampaio Romeo.
The winner of the bronze medal, Tiago Sampaio of Portugal.
In second place,
brilliant accomplishment from him, his first individual honours.
David Franco.
Spain's David Franco, the World Games champion, finishing second in the World Championship final.
And in first place, winner of the gold medal and world champion, representing the United States of America, Ruben Padilla.
Ruben Padilla of the United States of America, the champion of the world. He reigns and continues to reign as the finest. Champion in 2022, now the champion again. And how wonderful to have as part of the presentation party, Rosie McLennan, the two-time Olympic champion in women's individual trampoline.
For those who can, please now stand for the national
And we'll now have the national anthem of the United States of America. the medalists in the men's double mini trampoline competition.
Birmingham, please make some noise for our World Championship medalists.
More celebrations to come, 3 more victory ceremonies.
FIG World Trampoline Championship 2023 award ceremony for the tumbling women's final.
The victory ceremony for the women's tumbling competition at the World Championships of Birmingham 2023.
Gold medals are presented by Ihab Esawi, FIG Executive Committee member. The silver medals are presented by Tetiana Shuska, FIG Technical Committee member. The bronze medals are presented by Deborah Cadman, Chief Executive of Birmingham City Council. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Saskia Savini.
What a championships for Saskia Savini of Great Britain. The bronze medalist after helping the team win the world title yesterday.
Great Britain,
An incredible
Megan
debut.
Keeley.
Veteran Megan Keeley completes a full set of colours at the World Championships to add to her 5 gold and 3 bronze medals.
And in first place, winner of the gold medal and world champion, representing France, Candy Brière-Vettelard.
She's done it at last, Candy Brière-Vettelard. The World Games champion, the European individual champion, a team world champion, but after disappointment, in the individual final at the World Championships, she has come back and won it fantastically.
For those who can, please now stand for the national anthem of
The
France.
national anthem of France. The medalists in the women's tumbling competition at the Birmingham 2023 Trampoline Gymnastics World Championships.
Birmingham, please give it up for our World Championship medalists.
The FIG World Trampoline Championships 2023 award ceremony for the double mini trampoline women's final.
The women's double mini trampoline victory ceremony at the Birmingham 2023 World Championships of Trampoline Gymnastics.
The gold medals are presented by Morinari Watanabe, FIG President. The silver medals are presented by Miguel Vincent Marino, FIG Technical Committee Member. The bronze medals are presented by Helen Phillips, NBE, British Gymnastics President. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing the United States of America, Grace Harder.
The winner of the bronze medal, Gracie Harder of the United States of America.
In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing the United States of America, Aliyah Raga.
Her teammate, Aliyah Raga, loving being on the podium with Gracie Harder. She takes second place and the silver
And
medal.
in first place, winner of the gold medal and world champion, representing Spain, Melania Rodriguez.
The title won by Melania Rodriguez of Spain. The first ever female Spanish gymnast to win a medal at the Trampoline World Championships. And now she is a world champion. The World Games last year in Birmingham, the World Championships this year in Birmingham. She's won the lot and will have the national anthem of Spain in her honour.
For those who can, please now stand for the national anthem of Spain. The medalists in the women's double mini trampoline competition at the Birmingham 2023 World Championships.
Malia
And let's hear it for our double mini trampoline World Championship medalists.
That's how you want to see people leaving the podium, isn't it? Lovely. We have one more ceremony to come your way, the men's tumbling competition, and it will be with you in just a moment or two.
FIG World Trampoline Championships 2023 award ceremony for the tumbling men's final. The gold medals are presented by Christoph Lamberts, FIG Technical Committee President. The silver medals are presented by Mariela Stojeva, FIG Technical Committee Member. The bronze medals are presented by Helen Phillips, MBE, British Gymnastics President. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Jaden Paddock.
The bronze medal won by Jaden Paddock of Great Britain. First individual honours for him
in second place
at the World
and
Championships.
Of the silver medal, representing the United States of America, Caden Brown.
Caden Brown of the United States of America once again on a World Championship podium.
And
he wins the
winner
silver
of
medal.
The gold medal and world champion representing Azerbaijan, Mikhail Malkin.
But what a championships for Azerbaijan and for this gentleman, Mikhail Malkin, after helping the team win gold yesterday, has become the individual champion of the world.
For those who can, please
And we'll now have the national anthem of Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan. champion, Mikhail Malkin.
The medalists in the men's tumbling competition at the Birmingham 2023 World Championships.
Birmingham, please give it up for our World Championship
Lovely moments of
medalists.
camaraderie amongst the medalists as they depart the podium. And very soon, the full-size trampolines will come into play for the first time in our televised coverage of these World Championships. In around about 15 minutes or so, we're going to resume our coverage from these World Championships with the 2 trampoline team finals. So you have a moment to catch your breath before we return with more breathtaking action from Birmingham.
What a moment for so many of those gymnasts. A wonderful moment. They'll go down in history, and thank you to you, the audience, for making it a very special occasion for them as well. Believe it or not, after the jam-packed day we've had, we've actually got a short, tiny little break. The gymnastics action for the next finals will be getting underway in, well, 4:15, so about 20 minutes from now. What have we got coming your way? We've got the trampoline men team final and trampoline women team final before that as well. So that's all to come, with the action starting from 4:15. There will be some build-up before that, so probably a good chance now to stretch your legs and make sure you're back for the build-up very soon.
Thank you.
No worries, mate.
We love you. Great. I've seen you on gym stars everywhere. I'm a big fan of you. Oh, well done, Jake. Well done. We love you. Woo! Well done, Jake. Well done, Jake. We love you. Love you, Jake.
Hello, yes, well I hope you managed to have a stretch your legs for a little while because the action continues straight away. And before we get into what's coming up, Jamie, let's talk about what we've just seen, a really busy few finals and of course the wonderful medal ceremonies.
We've had an absolutely incredible time of finals. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I've been sitting on the edge of my seat. You've been like holding me back a little bit, but no, it's been absolutely fantastic. We love hearing the home support for all of our Great Britain gymnasts, don't we? It's been absolutely amazing. A highlight, I think, for me was the men's tumbling. That was electric.
Yeah, and I'd like to say we can have a sit down and relax now, but we can't because we've got more finals coming our way. We've got 2 more finals. Talk us through what's coming, who we're looking out for, and yeah, just guide us through.
Yeah, so we have got the women's team trampoline final, and then we've got the men's trampoline final as well. So we've got 2 more finals to come. So we have 3 to count, the top 5 teams. So yeah, ready for it, ready to look forward to it.
Well, I hope you can talk me through because I have no idea what you said in the 3. We'll explain it later on though. We'll make it hopefully make sense for me. Somebody who we're going to be seeing out here very soon though is part of Team GB, and that is Zach Bazamanos.
So that was Zach Bazamanos, and we'll be seeing him very shortly in the men's team final, and we're looking forward to that. I know we have got something fun now. I love this.
You were just saying how much you enjoyed this earlier. You lot loved it. Before we do it again, it's Bongo Cam. So if you were here earlier, we've got our AI-generated cameraman, that guy behind the camera. You think he's a real human? No, he's not. He has been created to be the best Bongo Cam finder, and he's going to scan the audience. If you want to do it, give him a wave. He may well come into you. He reacts well to waving hands. If the Bongo Cam lands on you, you're going to see yourself on the big screen, and then just play those bongos the best you can. All right, so it's coming, it's getting closer. It's locating somebody. There we go, play those bongos. Oh, she's going for it. You can join in as well. It doesn't have to be one person, do it all together. There we go, keep going. The best bongo coming. Yeah, very nice.
She's got some rhythm.
Join it, aren't they? Uh-oh. Friend next door, not so keen, never mind. Right, we're zooming back out. Let's find out who we can see. Who can Tony the Bongo Cam finder find? It's searching. It looks as though it's still searching. It seems as though it's locked onto a target. It's coming in. Where will it end up? Who will it end up on? We don't know. It's you. Play those bongos. Or just look at it if you want. It's fine. Yeah, you. That's it. Play the bongos. Not his head. Play the bongos. Oh, look at that. Multi-talented. 2 pairs of hands in operation there.
You're really concentrating. I'm impressed.
I mean, it's a slow start, wasn't it? But you know, give her a juice. She's really got into it now. And it looks like we've got 3 bongos there, but it's not. It's just that chap's head. And a lovely head it is. All right, we're coming back out again. Let's find out. Bongo Cam is on the search. As I said, it reacts well to movement, to noise, to anybody. Oh, it's going. Not on that, Tony. No, that can't play the bongos. That can, though. Well done. Play those bongos.
Aggressive bongoing.
It's either bongo playing or getting stung by a load of wasps. I'm not sure what it is, but she's finding the groove now. All right, we've got time for one more. Tony, bring it out. Find somebody again. He's searching. Who will he find? Searching around. Obviously, everyone's gone to stretch their legs. It's gone a little bit quieter now, but it gives you that stayed a better opportunity. Last one. There we go. She's off. Play the bongos. I must admit, it's quite hard to line it up, really. All right, well, thanks very much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you to all the bongo players out there. You didn't know you had these hidden talents, did you? You didn't know you could play the bongos. And actually, we were chatting to some of the gymnasts earlier this week to find out what their hidden talents were as well. We are now just, oh, look at that, it's 5-6 minutes away from our next final. The team finals, one after the other, and then of course we'll have the medal ceremonies, just like we had just then at the end of the day. Super Saturday is living up to its name so far, and I'm sure our team finals are going to be exactly the same as well. And now I know that we've got people stretching their legs, it's a little bit quieter here and there, but you lot still have a huge role to play. I can tell you this is going to be a really exciting finals, and we're going to guide you through it just like we've done all day so far. But I've got a question for you, the whole of the arena here. Are you ready for the gymnastics action? I don't know, I feel like I need to get over there. We'll try it. I'm going to come over this side. I'm going to have to run, I'll be out of breath now. We'll try this side first of all. Medics are looking great. Let's go behind the judges. Sorry, judges, I haven't got a judge's pass, but this side, are you ready? Not bad. He's chilling, he's relaxed, but that's fine. We're going to squeeze around here. This is like behind the scenes. This is where the judges sit. They've got really comfortable seats. This side at the far end, the opposite side of the stage. Are you ready? I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm going to come down this side. And we're going to go over to the far side, what I like to call the south side. South side, finally, please. Are you ready? Well, that's not bad. I can tell you we are now minutes away from the Gymnast Birmingham. Please make some more noise. We've got 2 minutes now until the gymnasts are out here. The coaches are getting into place. The judges are in place. And there's something I've been dying to do all day with this wonderful crowd. I want to see if we get the best Mexican wave we've had so far this championship. So we're going to start in this corner. So you lot here have a lot of responsibility. You are going to start it. The chap in the Canadian shirt looks disappointed, but it's okay. I believe in you. You can do this. On the count of 3, Mexican wave here. We're going to go all the way around, through the back of the stadium, up to this side, and then we're going to end here. I think you can do it. It sounds easy, sometimes it goes terribly wrong, but we'll try it. Are you ready this side? On the count of 3, get it going. Mr. Canadian jumper, 3, 2, 1, go! Here it goes, follow it around, yes! Keep it going, judges, you can join in if you're not too busy concentrating. It's coming round, we're halfway almost, up to the halfway point. Almost onto the other side. Keep it going, get really into it, come on, you can do it, yes! On the count of 3, we're going to go back the other way, ready? We're going to start here and go that way.
comes. Faster, faster, faster.
The women's trampoline team final is the next event to take place at the 36th FIG Trampoline Gymnastics World Championships in Birmingham.
Beautifully done. Stretch those legs, stretch those arms. If you've got any children in your hands, put them down first. And we're coming back to Mr. Canada. And we've done it.
The crowd thoroughly ready for all of the action. I'm sure you are as well, wherever in the world you're watching from.
For a second time, because this city loves gymnastics. This city, it pours.
The teams that have made it into this women's trampoline final. Huge congratulations to the Georgians, who had a great qualification campaign. They are in as the 4th best in qualification. The top performers in the preliminary round, unsurprisingly, the People's Republic of China by a long way. And it will be Hu Yicheng who will finish off this entire final.
Women's trampoline team final.
Here are the
Team
contenders.
Spain, represented by Noah Puente Dodd, Naomi Romero Rosario, Melania Rodriguez, and Erica Sands. Team Georgia, represented by Tioni Jandava, Luba Golovina, Mariam Ragamovi, and Anna Apagazzi. Team Canada, represented by Rachel Tam, Sarah Millett, and Sophia McGough.
Just 3 in the squad for the Canadians. Only
Team
3 compete in the
France,
final, but they didn't bring a 4th member for qualification.
Clea Bruce, and Laura Paris. And Team China, represented by Qi Yang-hu, Yunzu Tao, Yu Ying-ju, Jin Fan-jie. These are the women's
The
trampoline
People's
team
Republic of China,
finalists.
the top performers in qualification. The warm-ups are about to begin in this women's trampoline team final at the Birmingham 2023 World Championships. Welcome to Arena Birmingham. It's a great pleasure to have your company for all of the action. Ollie Hogben here, and alongside me is Pete Cracknell, who has stood on a World Championship podium and knows how it feels to be down there on the competition floor. It is clear, Pete, when it comes to this final, that overwhelmingly the ones to beat are the People's Republic of China.
They really have everything, China. They've got the difficulty, they've got the execution, they've got all the elements needed to get that high score. It's really theirs to lose now.
It's fascinating that we have Melania Rodriguez of Spain, who is warming up. She'll be the very first to get us underway, and she has had a very busy session of competition in the Arena Birmingham today, winning the double mini trampoline competition. Total change, isn't it, to go from the smaller apparatus with your limited contact on it to heading to the main trampoline bed. It's just worlds apart.
Phenomenal, and especially as a world champion. I mean, we do it at a regional or a national level. It's quite common to go across the disciplines, but very, very rare at an international level, because the margins for error is so small, the amount of training hours you need are just so high that, yeah, it's very, very rare to see it.
Let us just scrutinise the exercises that we'll see in a little more detail. I'm sure you can see the apparatus itself has quite a lot of markings on it, and the big cross in the centre, the X marks the spot, is the sweet spot that you want to be hitting as a gymnast at all times, because the closer you are to that area there, the more you're going to be in control of your bounce, and you also not be picking up much in the way of horizontal displacement deductions. As the gymnast strays further away from the X, their deductions incrementally work from 0.1 to 0.3, depending on how far away they are from that centre. But it's not just that, is it, Pete? It's the fact that the apparatus doesn't behave itself in the far corners.
Yeah, it's great what they've done with this new rule. So these, well, it came in a while ago now, but the machines can detect where you land. So it means it's not up to the judges anymore. So we've got the score for the HD, so that's the horizontal displacement, that helps give that objective scoring. But yes, you want to be on the cross anyway, because everything works nicely there. The physics of the trampoline press you up in a far more pleasant way, and there's far less chance of falling off the trampoline, which we don't want to do.
And should the gymnast exit the apparatus, unlike in artistic gymnastics, they do not have the opportunity to remount and to continue their exercise. I'm sure this is very common knowledge for many of you watching, but those of you who are new to trampoline gymnastics, that's really important to know. This is a high jeopardy apparatus because you cannot restart.
It really is. I don't want to look too far back on my trampoline career, but yeah, often you drive around the country and do one move and make a mistake, and that's it. You're going home.
And for these athletes, it's been a very emotional and stressful day for them. We won't go into all of the details today, that's more for tomorrow, but there has been Olympic qualification taking place today, and that has intensified things immeasurably so. Now it's about delivering for your team as the first round begins. We're going to see 3 gymnasts in each round. Sorry, 5 gymnasts in each of the 3 rounds is what I meant to say. Melania Rodriguez of Spain is the first to go. So, 3 rounds to come. And it's about winning the round. That's the crucial thing. If you are the best performing nation in round 1, you will get 5 points. 4 points, 3 points, 2 points, and a single point if you are the weakest nation.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if you win by 0.1 or 10 marks, you can still get the points.
Melania Rodriguez of Spain. The Spaniards were the 5th best overall in qualification for this final. And Rodriguez was their top performer. 53.68 was her best number. She begins well. Melania Rodriguez gets through all 10 skills and gets a secure number on the board for the Spaniards. What an excellent day she's having just taken the double mini trampoline world championship title.
And this is where gymnasts need to be not just physically strong, they need to be mentally strong as well, because where she goes slightly away from the cross, so where she's what we call travelling, moving away from the cross, things get a bit scarier. So you need to be able to stay calm and trust that if you push your legs down the trampoline and direct yourself in the right direction, it will put you up and back towards the cross. Finishing with a very clean double twisting double back. We call that a full because it's a full twist in and full twist out of the skill.
He's been focusing so much more on the full-size trampoline of late. Her bid to get to the Olympiad. 52.75. That is a drop of about a mark from her finest in qualification, but it's a good beginning. huge congratulations to Georgia on their qualification for this final. It's been coming for a while. They won the team silver at the European Championships last year in Italy. This is Mariam Ragimovic. She's only 17, the youngest on the team. This is her first ever World Championship final, and we wish her the very best of fortune in this performance. Well, she's done excellently. To get through your first ever performance in a World Championship final cleanly, to stay on the apparatus, that's a triumph. She's only 17.
It really is. That first element is a forwards rotating skill. So that's where she drops her shoulders forwards or presses her shoulders forwards to create the rotation. Just a touch too early, which tips her forwards and nearly sends her straight into the end deck. That's the mat on the end of the trampoline. And then from there, she does so well in a backward rotating somersault to actually press her hips forward and get herself back to the cross. It's so easy to just let yourself go from there.
Welcome to the Senior World Championships, Mariam Ragimovic, 52.64. That is the second best that we've seen of the two scores. So Spain already now outperforming their qualification display. The great trampolining nation of Canada. All of it centred around the Sky Riders Club. Waiting to get underway, Sarah Millett, the most experienced of the team, though it is a very experienced team, full stop. The Canadians didn't bring a reserve gymnast with them for this competition. The reserves all contributed to qualification. They are, in the case of Spain, Noa Puente Dodd; for Georgia, Tiona Yangava; for France, Anaïs Brech; and for the People's Republic of China, Cao Yunju. So we must acknowledge them, they've all played their part.
At this level, I'm sure the gymnasts can handle the delay, but it is nerve-wracking. It's something I must admit I really struggled with for a long time. It's something that gymnasts have to really be able to temper their emotion, because it's so easy to know I'm competing in 20 seconds time, that's when I'll peak. And then suddenly you've got this delay and it can be tricky.
Sarah Millett of Canada, the 26-year-old, already twice a team medalist in all-around and trampoline competition and a synchronized silver medalist. This is her 6th World Championships. And she's unfortunately off the apparatus, the mat put in to protect. That really was building from almost the word go for Sarah Millett. She was fighting for position and ultimately lost it.
She was doing really well after that first element. So that was what we call a triff pike. So it's a triple front pike and a half twist, but the hips moved back too early, which actually what we call gains. So that's when you go backwards in the skill in terms of travel. She held it well, but then after that, it's actually off centre there as well. That Rudy out, so that's the double front pike with 1.5 twist, goes very long, caused by the shoulders dropping just a touch too early. There we go, so that creates the tip. Once you're tipping and leaning forwards, very difficult. And as the momentum was travelling towards the very volunteer, very nicely helping out there, there's not much you can do.
And this is interesting for the dynamic of the competition, because Canada were the 3rd best qualifiers. The points scoring system makes for a more compact final though, because in the old days of how these team events were scored, it was just adding up all of the numbers. Now if you do get a particularly low number, you can come back from it, because that low number might just be a single point, and actually others in front of you who perform much higher might only get 2 points more than you.
Exactly, so it's not all over. It might mean 1 point in this round, but we've still got gymnasts to go.
37.02 for Millet. Her best was 52.43 in qualification. Léa Labrousse of France, the European Games champion in 2019, a gymnast who was 7th in the individual final at the last World Championships. This is her 8th time competing at the World Championships. I think that one we call a seasoned performance from Léa Labrousse. Absolutely secure.
Very strong routine. 2 triples in that routine, so element 1 and element 3. So here's the first triple, which is the first element. Kicks out early, which gives her lots of time to prepare for the next element, takeoff. Again, lining out early, so that's the kick out into straight position, which gives her time to push into that triple front somersault with a half twist. These are what we call line outs. So when pressing into that straight shape, always trying to finish upside down there. That's what the judges are looking for.
.92. Léa Labrousse, close to her best in qualification and the strongest we've seen so far. Now then, the best performers in qualification. This is Zhu Shuiying, the reigning Olympic champion. What a way to start. Her best score in qualification, 56.34. The first trampoline gymnast ever to convert youth Olympic gold to senior Olympic gold. Oh my goodness me, she's very close. She made light work of a very difficult moment in that routine, the Olympic champion, and that is how she has established herself as the absolute finest. Shakes her head as though it was just a routine matter.
Such resilience. As she's starting to travel, just managed to take control and hold her position. So here, the second triple somersault again, the legs bend uncharacteristically, which then just sets the things in the wrong direction. But now she's back towards the cross, she takes control, and she's still maintaining height. So remember, time of flights, that's time in the air, is added to the score. That's one of the elements that gets added to your score.
What was interesting watching that is there wasn't a move at all from the coach with the mat, suggesting that he knew she was going to get out of that situation very comfortably. And he was right, 55.85, the best that we've seen. So these are the standings at the moment. China leading, then France, then Spain. So the big movers Spain in that first round. They were the 5th best qualifiers at the expense of the Canadians. They've swapped positions with them. Great start from the Spaniards, courtesy of Melania Rodriguez. Georgia, by the way, has never won a medal at the World Championships of trampoline gymnastics. There's a totally different atmosphere, isn't there, Pete, at these events when the full-size trampoline comes into play. It goes from being a boxing match to a tennis match in terms of how the crowd behaves.
I like that. No, I think that's perfect, actually. It does feel, double mini trampoline and tumbling do feel a bit like a boxing match. You are wrestling with the equipment and it's sort of sharp power, whereas trampoline is height and elegance, still incredibly difficult skills. In fact, bigger skills often, but yeah, there's an elegance to it.
And the crowd, when they're watching tumbling, they roar every athlete along the track, and when they're watching double mini trampoline, they punctuate the skills with bursts of cheering, and then suddenly the crowd starts watching this, and they all just try to hold their breath for the entire length of the routine.
Maybe it's because it's 10 moves. Sometimes I think trampoline's almost got more in common with golf than it does with a fiercely physical sport, in that you have to completely maintain your composure. Psychologically, it is so tricky to place your hips and your shoulders and your arms in the right place at the right time. When you're in the trampoline bed, you've got a fraction of a second to perform all the minuscule actions you need to make to get that somersault in the right place. And if you don't have that composure, just straight off the trampoline, it is a very powerful piece of equipment.
And I suppose, like golf, you can get everything right up until the moment where you get on the green. You can play every shot perfectly, and one small error of judgment renders it all completely pointless.
Exactly, it's brutal. And I can't play golf, so I don't know why I use that analogy, but it's the idea's there. It is psychologically so tricky.
I once caddied for a friend. He scored 176 on a par 72 course. It was a very, very, very long day.
I love it. So here gymnasts get to warm up, so they get time on the trampoline, we call them one touch, so they essentially get one go on the trampoline, just to get their legs going again and get used to the buoyancy of the trampoline, the time of the trampoline, which can feel different.
This is round 2 in the women's team trampoline final. What a good start from the Spaniards. 3rd place after the first round. This is Noemi Romero, the 23-year-old from Madrid at her 5th World Championships. She actually started in karate. Her coach was ill, replaced by another who set up a trampolining session. The rest was history. She used every bit of the apparatus there, Noemi Romero. Looked like she had to improvise a little and sacrifice some difficulty in order to keep on the apparatus, but she did it.
And this is where team finals are so different than individual finals, because in individual final, you're not going to get through unless you hit the routine exactly as you need to. But in a team final, getting 10 elements together makes such a difference, because that has a good chance of still getting a good place. But we call that getting your money's worth at the trampoline.
Sometimes the gymnast has to do that, don't they? They've got to take out some of the intended difficulty just to recover position.
Yeah, so using the tuckbacks, that's the single back somersault, just to maintain control, because you don't have to push your hips and your toes as hard to generate that somersault.
A very wise move from Romero, 52.72. That's only down by about a mark and a half from her best in qualification. She was uneven in qualification. Her second performance was 11.51. Anano Apakidze of Georgia, 19 from the capital city of Tbilisi. She's competed at 3 World Cup events this season. And it's her senior World Championship debut. She's been a real hit at junior level though. These 2 youngsters from Georgia have set things up brilliantly for the veteran who is to come. Luba Golovina will be the last to go. She's almost as old as the 2 of them put together. They've done well.
Exactly what you need for a team final. Composure, control, putting down the 10 elements. No triple somersaults in this one. But difficulty isn't quite the same as it is in the other disciplines, in that you're looking at a variety of different elements. So maintaining the height, maintaining the horizontal displacement, that's trying to stay near the cross, and obviously execution, which is what the judge see, which is tight shape, straight legs, pointed toes, and so on.
.62.69. Really well done, Anano Apakidze. That is the single best score that she's produced at these World Championships. Seeking to turn around their final, the Canadians, with Rachel Tam from Toronto at her 5th World Championships, the 24-year-old. She's competed a lot at World Cup competition this year. That's going to really help the Canadian cause. Well done to Rachel Tam. Then potentially back in the game now.
It's a great control routine. There's a very unique skill in there. So it's a full out pike. So it's a double back pike with a full twist out. So it's not that one, so that's a double back pike with no twist. But then there was a different element in there, which we see very, very rarely. In fact, haven't seen it in a long time. It's great. In fact, is it this one? Yep. Double back, adds the full twist at the end. Very rare. Love to see original skills like that.
Rachel Tam's best scoring qualification was 52.78. She's close to it here, 52.3. The Spaniards remain in the lead for the time being.
And next, representing France, Laura Paris.
Laura Paris from France, the 31-year-old. It's her 3rd World Championships, her 1st since Denmark in 2015. It is wonderful that she's back, and this is the first time that she has ever made a final at World Championship level. Congratulations to her. She is an absolute role model of perseverance in this sport. Laura Paris making it to her 1st ever World Championship final at 31. I mean, Pete, that is a brilliant accomplishment.
It really is. I'm always going to root for people that compete internationally in their 30s, yes. So you may have heard the breathing noises there. So that's used to regulate your breathing throughout the routine. Because there's typically about 1.5 to 2 seconds per element, you typically want to breathe in and out at the same time. So it can really help control your breathing by knowing you're going to breathe in and breathe out at the same point in every skill.
That's a good number, 53.34 for Laura Paris. That's the best she's produced at these championships. She has waited almost a decade and a half to get to a World Championship final, and she delivered her best performance there. Brilliant. Fan Xinyi, the 21-year-old youth Olympic champion from Buenos Aires in 2018. She was part of the team that won this title a year ago. The Chinese in pole position after round one, as you would expect. I think we can say with confidence that the People's Republic of China will be retaining top spot after the second round, courtesy of Fan Xinyi. Great performance from her.
So that was high difficulty, high time of flight, so lots of time in the air. Little bit of horizontal displacement to move away from the cross, but not much. So all in all, the judges aren't going to be able to take much off it, I would suggest. So the judges are looking for line-outs upside down at 12 o'clock. So here, straight position. So always looking at all 10 skills to kick out by 12 there.
.66. Excellent first two rounds from the Chinese. They've set it up beautifully for Hu Yicheng. China with 10 out of 10 so far. France in second place. The Spaniards still doing very well to be third. Georgia the most likely to make a challenge to them now. Pete, pretty flawless that from the Chinese in the first couple of rounds.
It was, it's very clean, but this is where these new rules are really interesting because they're 2 marks ahead of France, 2 overall points ahead of France. Despite winning by, well, a country mile, it doesn't actually count for that much. It's only 2 marks ahead. A crash now, which obviously we never ever want, but an early termination to the result would not see them winning.
It's a really interesting development to how the competitions operate. And it does keep it very alive going into the last round. Well done to China so far on what they've produced. It's been lovely to watch, as it always is with their women's squad, who are just such a force. The Spaniards in third position. They have Erika Sanz to finish.
The Spanish can technically do it if they win and China come 5th. Then they would draw and then would go to count back.
Time to get the calculators out. Great to have your company. Hope you're enjoying all of this so far from Arena Birmingham by the canals in this industrial city, one of the most important parts of the Industrial Revolution. A city that has been very proud of its 1,400 years of continuous growth. All of it goes back to the 6th century, a Saxon settlement in a forest, a home or a ham of a tribe. It's Ing. of a leader called Birm or Biorma, and that's where we get Birmingham from.
I'm always learning off you, Ollie.
We are about to begin the final round. This is going to be most interesting. The youngest member of the Spanish team is about to take to the apparatus. Erika Sanz of Spain, 20, like so many of her teammates from beautiful Valladolid. And this is her senior World Championship debut. But what a family she's from. Her mother, Teresa, was a tumbler at international level. Her aunt, Loreto, also competed internationally. One can only imagine the enormous pressure that she would have been feeling stepping up, and how she has thrilled her teammates. Erika Sanz, the youngest in the team. That is excellent work from her. She really had to battle at times to get through that.
She did. It's so difficult once your rhythm goes or your posture goes slightly. It can be so hard to hold it together. So here's a straight Bharani. So that is a single somersault with a half twist. Sets herself up for a half in, half out. So that's a half twist in, double front, half twist out. Tight shapes though, so despite being in trouble, really holds it together in some of the other elements. So the judges might have to check the skill before that, because the judges need to decide whether it's pike or tuck.
Her score is 49.23. The Spaniards now wait to see if they have managed to take a medal. We've got an absolute veteran next. From a debutant, we go to somebody who is at their 8th World Championships. Luba Golovina competed at the World Championships in Birmingham in 2011. Now she's back 12 years later, a 3-time Olympian and 3 times an Olympic finalist too. Her young teammates have set her up brilliantly. She now follows Mariam Ragimovi and Ano Apakidze. That is absolutely terrific from the veteran. Now then, the Georgians who've never won a medal ever at the World Championships of Trampoline Gymnastics. They might need a favour from the Canadians in terms of them finishing above the Spaniards. But Golovina has done very well here.
She did. So she set up with a tuck back. So that's a single back somersault, which does get lower difficulty, but will have very high time of flight and execution, and it set her up nicely into other skills. Brilliant twister. That style is just brilliant.
This is her first World Championship final for 8 years. How high will the number be for Luba Golovina? Very, 54.68. The Georgians now are dreaming of being on the podium, and they may well see their dreams become reality. If they miss out, it will be very tight.
Next from Canada,
Sofiane Meto of Canada. The 25-year-old from Quebec, her 6th consecutive World Championships. and she was the individual silver medalist in 2017. That's fiercely high quality from Sofiane Metto. From a horizontal displacement point of view, very secure. She was as high as 55.24 in qualification.
One of the hardest parts of putting together a 10-element routine is controlling the link between that very first skill and the second skill, because you've now initiated this sort of rotation. That one there, setting that up's not too bad. It's that link there, which is the hardest link, in my opinion, of the whole routine. And she set it up absolutely perfectly. And after that, it didn't really look in doubt. She just looked like she had complete control. The rhythm is there.
.11. Very good number that for the Canadians. Crucially higher than Golovina's. Claire Bruce of France, the penultimate gymnast to go in this final. Her best score in qualification, 52.42. 19-year-old. Her third World Championships.
So to clarify, that's okay. There's only a very small risk of a time penalty, but that's it.
It does add to the tension on the sidelines, as you can see from the French. Really important, these preparation bounces now.
Yeah, I'd argue these in-jumps are actually more precious sometimes than the routine itself.
She's in real trouble, and she's just held on. Oh, well, it didn't have the greatest control towards the end, but talk about absolutely hanging on by fingertips and fingernails. Well done to Claire Bruce for that, the youngest in the team.
That shows such amazing spatial awareness, because normally you're aiming to kick out by 12 o'clock, so that's upside down, which gives you a long time to watch down and prepare for the next skill. But when it's gone wrong, you then don't get to see down for as long and be able to prepare for the next skill.
France waiting and waiting and waiting.
It was that one. That's the one that twisted, came out late. So she saw it late. Very hard to then prepare for the next skill.
Allez, suffit folle, je t'ai mis folle. Ah ouais.
Well, there is one more performance to come. The People's Republic of China set up now to take the title as the French wait to see if they are going to get a place on the podium. They're confident.
So judges need to check shape, so where things don't always go to plan, shapes might change, and shape might be tucked to a pike, so where the legs need to be straight.
50.34, the French have done it. Well done to the teenager for a great performance under huge pressure.
Gymnast, the People's Republic of China, Yicheng Hu.
Now then, to win this, the People's Republic of China. The gymnast tasked with taking the World Championship title is Hu Yicheng. People's Republic of China have been magnificent from start to finish. First Zhu Shuiying, then Fan Xingyi, then Hu Yicheng. That was just superb from the top qualifiers and the reigning world champions.
That really is the sport at the highest level. Everything coming together there. Triple somersault starting off, so that's the Triff Pike. Long line out. To have the height to be able to kick it out that early, all that time to prepare. Tight shape, early line out again. Just always making this look easy. It's a bit like passing a baton over in a relay. Every element needs to line up another element.
It's another great number for China, 56.02. They have won this so comfortably. They picked up the maximum 15-point haul. The French have won a medal. They've taken second place, and for the first time ever, Georgia has won a medal at the World Championships of Trampoline Gymnastics. Mariam Ragimovi, Anano Apakidze, Luba Golovina and Tiona Jangava are the gymnasts who have done it. That is an absolutely amazing moment for the Georgians. And that veteran, Luba Golovina, at her 8th World Championships, 12 years after she competed at Birmingham in 2011, joined by the teenagers. Magnificent. The classified results in the women's trampoline team final. The Georgians ahead of Spain for bronze on the countback system. France taking the silver medal, and the People's Republic of China winning every single round to defend their title from 2022. Let's have a look back at how the medals were won.
Trampoline team final. Team USA.
The men's team trampoline final. Here we go.
Ryan McKechnie, Isaac Rowley, Ruben Padilla, and Alexei Shostak. Team Spain, represented by David Vega, David Franco, Robert Velasco, and Jorg Martin. Team France, represented by Alain Morant, Julien Chartier, Pierre Gazou, and Morgan Demiro Odemiro. Team Portugal, represented by Pedro Pereira, Diogo Abreu, Lucas Santos, and Gabriel Albuquerque. And let's raise the roof one more time for the home country. Please welcome Great Britain. Represented by Corey Ward, Peter Maritsky, Andrew Stamp and Zach Pazamanos.
The men's trampoline team final. The 5 nations that have made it through. The finalists in the men's team trampoline competition will start with the host nation, the 5th best in qualifying. And the end of each round will bring us the Portuguese. And the Portuguese are the reigning champions of the world. And they were the top performers in qualification. And they got a new name at senior level, Gabriel Albuquerque. And he is the real deal. If you have never seen Gabriel Albuquerque, you really want to wait around for it. He's 17, he is a phenomenon. The last final of the day, the men's team trampoline competition. It was, Pete, for the Portuguese last year, absolute pure euphoria when they won this title, and based on what we saw in qualification, they can do it again.
They really can. They have the quality, they have the difficulty, they have the elements they need, but now it's really down to can they put it together on the day, because that's really what the sport's all about.
And that is what makes it so brilliant to watch on television. It's what makes it so awful for people like you as an athlete to do, because there must have been occasions in your career where you delivered your finest work in qualification, or maybe even in the training gym half an hour beforehand, and then you come away from the final thinking, where was that performance when I needed it?
Yep, so there's a catchphrase we use, you don't win the warm-ups. Because, yeah, I've won a few warm-ups, waste of time, complete waste of time. It goes to your head, well, not goes to your head, but yeah, I guess it does go to your head. You think, well, I've got it right, I'm ready, and you don't then repeat it. So that's actually what these gymnasts might be thinking about now. They can choose how many elements they warm up. So here, it's gone with 4. Because, again, you don't want to win the warm-up. You don't want to do the best routine now. You want to reserve your energy, preserve your energy, but you do want to get the feel of that trampoline.
Just absorbing everything that you're saying there, I mean, that's very, very difficult, isn't it, to get exactly the right level of intensity to your preparation process.
Yeah, peaking at the right time. Though there's also the logic sometimes that you just want to, like say, flatline. Just always have the right level of control and not changing it, sort of staying at that level.
Let us just remind ourselves of the nature of the apparatus itself. It has that big cross in the centre. X marks the spot, as we like to say, where if you're hitting that mark, you're in control of your bounces and you're also not picking up horizontal displacement marks. As you move just to the left and just to the right, 0.1 for every single time you make contact there. If you then move up, down, left and right further, then that's 0.2. If you're hitting those corners, the furthest 4 extremities from the cross, 0.3 for your horizontal displacement deductions. And more to the point, you are very unlikely to stay on if you go right up into one of those corners, because you'll come off at goodness knows what kind of angle.
Yeah, we saw a few in qualification. Hopefully you won't see any more now. We never like to see it, but gymnasts unfortunately are well versed in being able to handle those situations.
It's one of the first things you, as a not just a former competitor, but now as a very renowned coach, it's one of the first things that you try to teach young athletes, isn't it, is how to get safely out of a difficult situation.
Yeah, it's one of the most useful things. Let's not go into too much detail, but you want to keep your arms in, let's say. If if they're in the wrong place, it doesn't always go well. So gymnasts can choose which trampoline they use. They would have picked it probably earlier in the week. They will probably most likely to have tried both, and they will choose which one they want based on any number of factors. So that might be some gymnasts just prefer being closer to the judges or farther from the judges. Some gymnasts will base it purely on the elasticity of the trampoline, how it feels. And though they are manufactured the same, a lot of gymnasts will talk about the differences.
First gymnast from Great Britain, Andrew Stamp.
We begin the men's team trampoline final at the Birmingham 2023 World Championships. This is Andrew Stamp of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the first British trampoline gymnast to win a Youth Olympic medal. That was in 2018, and he won a team all-around world title last year in Sofia, Bulgaria. Just made sure he had contact right at the very end there as he came to land. That's very important. Good start from the British team. They were the 5th best in qualification.
Did very well to hold that. You might have heard the sound, so that's where his foot got close to the spring. It makes a different sound, and that's where it's not worked correctly, but he's still able to get the press and still get into that somersault and stay calm, more important than anything else, and just continue the routine. So difficulties based on the number of somersaults, the number of twists, and you get more for shape, so pike and straight in trampoline. So he's gone with a 4 triple routine. So a lot of it can just be based on the number of triples you do, gives you a bit of an idea.
The best scoring qualification for Andrew Stamp was 58.8. He's very close to it, 58.57.
Next up from the USA, Isaac Rowley.
Isaac Rowley of the United States of America. From Allen in Texas, the 24-year-old is at his 6th consecutive World Championships. He likes to say of himself, I don't know anything about anything, but I can do a backflip. He certainly can. Good gymnastics from these first competitors in the team final. Isaac Rowley of the United States of America as his fellow squad members watch on. His best score in qualification was 56.56.
Here he's using tight tuck shape, long line out, holding his body like straight, which gives him time to prepare for the next triple somersault. Narrow arms pressed near his ears. Very nice twisting technique. To get your arms into that position requires phenomenal strength, because at the bottom of the trampoline there are so many forces going on.
I thought it
56.57. That's virtually the same as his top score in qualification, just 100th better. We move to the Spaniards. This is David Vega from Barcelona at his 7th World Championships, the graduate of sports science. He works as a fitness coach at a public sports centre, as well as his studies as an elite athlete, travelling the world, competing. It could be quite a compact first round for some of these nations in terms of separating the points. David Vega playing his part.
A very strong 4 triple routine there. So this is a half-in triple front somersault, half twist out. So we call that a half-in triff. And then he's got to kick out and prepare for another triple somersault. When gymnasts twist, you don't get to see. So there, he doesn't get to see, but then as soon as you finish the twist, he gets to spot down the trampoline, which gives you orientation.
.57.74. David Vega, that is the second best score that we've seen so far. Still Great Britain in the lead, but a long way to go.
From France, Julien Chartier.
To France and Julien Chartier. At his 3rd World Championships, the 24-year-old who made the individual final last year and was part of the French team that finished 2nd a year ago. This is a stable-looking first round we're seeing in the men's team trampoline final. All of these nations keeping themselves in contention as we go into round number 2.
This is great to see. Qualifications, there had been a number of terminated routines. So to be able to hold it together with 4 triple routine is very impressive under this pressure. The tighter you're on the pike, the faster you rotate and the higher the score you get from the judges. So if you want to do the sport, get stretching. With a qualified coach, of course.
I think we'd be stretching if we said right now we know who's going to win this, because it is very, very tight early on. But that's a great start from the French. Julien Chartier, 58.76. That is a matter of just below 2/10 better than Andrew Stapp. The last performance of round 1 comes from Diogo Abreu of Portugal, the 30-year-old born in the United States of America, a 2-time Olympian. It's been not the easiest of days for him in terms of Olympic qualification. And here he is at his 10th World Championships. He's one of the absolute veterans, one of the masters, and that was a veteran's performance from Diogo Abreu of Portugal. They want so badly to retain this title. They got a taste for winning it last year. They don't ever want to not win it again.
So he started with a full-in Triff pike, as we call it. So that's a full twist in the first somersault, then a pike front, then a pike front with a half twist out. It's a hugely complex skill. But gymnasts can choose which order they do them in, which skills they do. So some gymnasts choose to twist at the end of the skill, which is more what we've seen today, and some prefer the beginning of the skill.
He absolutely adores this sport, Jogger Abreu. He has a master's degree in electrical engineering. He's actually set up a company to develop software to measure trampoline time of flight and horizontal displacement.
Get a full in half out straight. It's quite rare. We haven't seen that yet today. So that's a double front in the straight position with a 1.5 twist.
That's an excellent score. 59.51, the Portuguese, the top performers in round one. Portugal, the top qualifiers and reigning world champions, winning round one. France, second. Great Britain, the big movers. They are the big movers because they were the 5th best in qualification. Great start from Andrew Stamp. The warm-ups in progress for the gymnasts who are in round number 2. It gives us a moment to acknowledge the excellent contribution that the reserves made to the qualification process for the British team. Peter Buravitsky. We also have had Ryan McCagnon of the USA, David Franco of Spain, Morgan Demiro Odomiro of France, and Lucas Santos of Portugal. And they will be on the podium should their teammates make it there too. Let's have a look back at this though.
So, believe it or not, we're used to this. This is not really a big issue. Physically, it's now mentally, can he forget that that's just happened and put it all together in the actual compete?
And it's why there is a spotter there with those mats.
Yes, yes. I think a long time ago there were no index, so they're the 2 big mats on either end. They've then introduced now, you have 2 coaches, so a coach on either side. So it's getting safer and safer, sport.
And it's very interesting for them because they've got to make split-second decisions, those coaches sometimes, about whether to put the mat in or not. And occasionally, I've certainly witnessed it as a commentator, and you perhaps have witnessed it as a competitor and as a coach, they get it wrong, don't they? They put it in when it's not necessary.
They do. It's such a difficult decision for the coach. And yes, I have had it, and yes, did have a disagreement with the coach at the time over it, but I can only apologise to her for that. But it's something that it's so difficult because you want your gymnasts to be safe, but equally, if there's a chance they can carry on, they probably want to push through it. By the time at this level, they can do it.
There you go. Pete's coach is solid. Zach Pesamanos of Great Britain, the 20-year-old from Merseyside. He's the reigning British champion. Well, that's a delight from Zach Pesamanos of Great Britain. He's such a well-respected young man. He's a very good-humoured and motivated athlete, and he has delivered a fine display there.
So calm under pressure, known for being able to handle that pressure and really put it together when he needs to. So again, he elects for the full in, so that's a full twist in the first somersault, which is so complex for a triple somersault. Straight into another triple somersault. Always kicking out early enough. There we go, so we can see he's watching the trampolines all that time to prepare for the next skill.
Brilliant, 59.82. Zach Bazamanos of Great Britain has put Team GB in a very strong position to get onto the podium with 1 to go. United States of America with Alexei Shostak. He was their top scorer in qualification with 59.11. Twice a team all-around silver medalist, including last year in Sofia. And he has just recently won the Pan American Games synchronized trampoline title in Santiago. Now, that is a problematic moment for the United States of America team. Alexei Shostak, the top scorer from qualification, coming off the apparatus.
This is where it's just such a cruel sport, especially with such a strong start. As soon as you're in a position for a millisecond in the trampoline, you lose control.
And it's minute, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to know. It's not fair for me to speculate, but it's hard to know exactly what he was unhappy with there. He did go long.
He was really consistent during qualification as well. .30.1. Next to Spain, Jorge Martin. This is his 6th time at the World Championships. He's been a World Cup medalist in individual competition this season. He's a really impressive young man, is Jorge Martin. He works full-time as a sports physiotherapist when he's not training. He's a graduate of King Juan Carlos University in Madrid. And he's also a recreational skydiver too, because sometimes in your life you need a little more excitement than elite level trampolining, if that's possible.
So here we see there was a double front with a 2.5 twist. She's obviously very good at twisting and somersaulting, so still had the 4 triples, which has been very common with these gymnasts, but yet also very comfortable doing 2.5 twists. Now, all the gymnasts we're seeing today will most likely be able to do that skill, but there's jeopardy, because when you're doing 2.5 twists, you get disoriented so much, you don't get to see where you are. You have to wait for the 2.5 twists until you can spot something. Ideally not the roof, that's the only thing, the ceiling, that's just the one thing you don't want to see.
59.44 for Jorge Martin. That is just marginally below the score of Zach Perzemanos by a matter of a few tenths, that's all. One of the real veterans of the sport, 29-year-old Alain Morand of France, an Olympian from Tokyo. This is his 8th World Championships, and he was the individual silver medalist and the team silver medalist with his colleagues last year in Sofia. He really is silky smooth, isn't he, Alain Morand? Beautiful.
It's a privilege to see him live. That is just stunning.
Another of the great tech people in this sport, a graduate of computer engineering. You're another of those great tech people as well, aren't you?
I'm a little biased, but what a legend.
This is lovely gymnastics.
So much control. Getting his arms in the right place, the posture, your body is under so much force at the bottom of the trampoline. You've got to really hold it together.
He never looks like he's exerting any force. He looks as though it is almost accidental in the most beautiful of ways. 60.27, the score we've seen so far. And that has put the French into pole position in this round. And it's really challenged now the Portuguese. This is Pedro Ferreira. His best scoring qualification, 58.59. He's another veteran. It's his 8th World Championships. We are in for a very, very interesting final round in this men's team final. That was Pedro Ferreira of Portugal, and we've got one more now for each team to go.
Such a high level. The benefit of the early kickouts compounds because the judges like it, but also you get more time to prepare your next skills. Bam, he's now finished. He's got all that time to, say, drop in, float in, and prepare the next skill. So there, he's got all this time now to prepare.
He is a graduate of aerospace engineering, appropriate for a gentleman who spends most of his time in flight. Very interesting gymnastics background for Ferreira because his parents are both gymnastics coaches, but neither in trampolining. His father an acrobatics coach, and his mother coaches aerobic gymnastics. 58.71. That makes for a most interesting leaderboard. With one round to go, the picture is this. France leading, Portugal and Great Britain on the same number of points. Spain are in 5th position. The USA really now regrettably are out of the chase, but the rest of them are all viable contenders. It's going to be good fun. And that performance of Alain Morand has been the game-changing moment for the French.
Yes, the quality, the height. So remember, they're getting scores for height as well as where they land, as well as the difficulty. And he essentially had everything that you need to get that top score.
Alain Morant's performance, crucial to France's position at the top of the leaderboard with 1 round left. The warm-up's almost completed, the Portuguese the last to go, and it's all going to come down now to what this young man can do. Gabriel Albuquerque, he's only 17. He did, however, win the world title at what's known in trampoline as the World Age Group competitions. It's effectively the Junior World Championships. He did that last year in Bulgaria. His first year as a senior has been tremendous. Nonetheless, Pete, it's a huge amount to have on your shoulders, isn't it, coming up last?
It really is. Doing the last rounds means you haven't been on a trampoline for the longest. So you all did your warm-ups at the same time. So all the gymnasts have done the warm-ups. And now they've had to wait a very long time.
The excitement grows in Arena Birmingham as Corey Walks takes to the apparatus. The 22-year-old in his second World Championships appearance. He was part of the team that was 4th in Baku in 2021. Now, Great Britain is well positioned to actually make it onto the podium. His best scoring qualification was 56.08. He's very close to the edge, but he's all right. Well, he played with the emotions of the Birmingham crowd there, did Corey Walks. There was a gasp as he got very close to the periphery of the trampoline bed, and he recovered it extremely well.
I met this boy when he was 8 years old, and we had never, ever seen talent like it. There is something special. We don't know what it is. We talked to the parents. We don't know what it is. His talent was off the chart, and it's so great to see him still pushing and pushing and still improving.
He's still so young.
There's a long way to go. He struggled with injuries, but he's managed to peak. He's managed to get his back sorted just at the right time. He did make an uncharacteristic mistake at the end of the first element. So that was the Triff Rudy. So that's the triple front pike with 1.5 twist out. And he did bend his legs, but he did very well to control the bed out of it.
You mentioned that great talent he had. It was when he was on a trampoline in the back garden with his older sisters who did gymnastics. He just accidentally did a back tuck one day, and his mum thought, I better put him in gymnastics classes. 54.88. Is it going to be enough? Ruben Padilla of the United States of America, the reigning 2-time champion of the world in the double mini event. He was a mixed bag in qualification, 58.1 and 50.78. It might be asking a lot for the United States of America to get onto the podium, but he's finished their team effort off really well. Ruben Padilla on what's been a very successful evening session of competition for him.
He's my hero in double mini trampoline, but he's not far off my hero in trampoline too. So clean, such a mastery of the sport. Always kicks out early in that straight shape there, so he can see where he is and show the judges he's in control. There was, I don't know if you heard it, a little ping noise, which could have been one of the springs just as he finished. So here, this is the 10th element. There, can't see anything, so hopefully that's okay. Hopefully it's just one of the springs made a noise, I don't know why. So it can indicate you've landed on it.
Well, he's making a lot of noise in the world of double mini trampoline. Ruben Padilla, twice the world champion. His score, 57.62. And what that does is put the USA's performance in this round ahead of the performance of Great Britain. That could be very crucial for the medal race. Robert Villarasau of Spain. From Artes, a town in the Barcelona region. 22-year-old who is a student of education at the University of Barcelona. He absolutely attacked it and he worked very hard to stay in control. Robert Villarasau glances up into the rafters and looks quite composed at the end of that. They look nervous as anything, his teammates.
That was so tricky. His back went, I think it was element 4. So normally as you're pressing down in this bed, you need to hold your posture. You actually, I think one phrase I like is a modified straight jump. It's still really a straight jump. You're trying to go up. Yes, you want to rotate, but you can't afford to let your back go. You need to hold everything tight, or your back tight, certain parts of your body tight. And in one of the skills, his back just slips. And that can be very, very difficult to recover from, but he managed it.
His best scoring qualification was 57.42. He's got very close to it. 57.37. And that also is higher than the British score. So Great Britain looking like they might fall away here from this medal race. Pierre Gouzou of France. He produced 2 routines that were in the mid-58s in qualification. He was part of the team that won the silver medal that's now going for gold a year later. Oh, well, it's not catastrophic, but it is a little costly there at the ending for Pierre Gouzou. There was a gasp from the French contingent watching on. He grimaces as he steps off the apparatus.
Such a cruel sport. He's done the hard work. The in-jumps are in control. He's worked his way through 10 elements and then just slips at the end. So a Trifrudi's, that's a triple front with a 1.5 twist. Very difficult skill, holds it together. And what was great is he's actually still trying to build height. So it's quite often that you'll lose height as the routine goes on. But it's this one here, in fact, the 1.5 pike, he presses up so strong that he's actually increasing his height for that skill.
You can see him fighting to get those toes on the trampoline bed. They've had a brilliant competition. 56.65. It is a drop of about 2 marks from his qualification displays. Have the French managed to win it? To the teenage sensation, Gabriel Albuquerque from Portugal. 59.32 was his best performance in qualification. This young man has been brilliant this season. And he has had to be saved by a brilliant piece of work from the coach. Well done. Hugely well done to that coach to get the mat in. And Gabriel Albuquerque walks away from it, and we all join in with the applause for the coach.
Yes, fantastic job. That's where it can be so tricky to make sure you know exactly where they're coming down to catch them.
Now, he's only 17, this young lad. This is a tough one to bear, but he has enormous amounts of promise. Let's have a look back at it.
Yeah, one leg just didn't get the press. The other coach actually going for the second mat as well to double up on the mats, plus the spotters as well there. Physically, he'll be fine, I'm sure, but...
Well done to that coach on the far side, because that's a potentially injury-saving reaction. The French will know that they have won it. It's 18.31 for Gabriel Albuquerque, but what really matters is that he's okay. And for the French, who won the silver medal last time, they have taken gold a year on. The Spaniards winning the silver medals. They're absolutely thrilled about it. And the host nation, bronze medalists, Great Britain.
That's the first medal the British men have won since 1982, which is the only other medal they've ever won in the men's team trampoline events.
Absolutely fantastic accomplishment for the British team, but for the French, this is absolutely sensational to have won this, because they really put up a brilliant display a year ago. They came back going all out to take this team title, and they have been rewarded. Spain as well, silver for them. These Spanish teams are getting stronger and stronger. You feel for young Gabriel Albuquerque, and we just remind ourselves of something. All of these athletes, they do this as a team. You succeed as a team, you don't succeed as a team. You never hang individuals out to dry when it doesn't go their way. And that's what the Portuguese team will do with young Gabriel Albuquerque. They'll look after him, and he'll need that. The classified results in the men's trampoline team final: bronze to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, silver to the Spaniards, and the champions of the world, a year on from taking silver, the French. Let's remind ourselves of the best moments of the competition.
Your thoughts, Jamie?
Oh, that was absolutely unbelievable. Like you say, go right down to the
The
end.
action has concluded here in Birmingham, but we do still have 2 more medal ceremonies to bring you, so don't go too far away. The scenes of celebration will be along shortly.
Make it really exciting right to the end for the team finals.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, I've not had a chance to check yet. Are we doing the medals now, or are we doing them tomorrow for this? Is it soon?
Yeah, I think we'll probably do it now.
Fine, makes good sense to me. We'll have 2 medal ceremonies coming up very, very soon, making sure this stage is set. And what a wonderful job they're doing. Actually, I'd like to take this chance just to thank a few people. As you can tell, these things don't just happen overnight. They take days, weeks, months, and years in the planning. So thanks to all the bodies who did that, but also to the volunteers who give up their time to help run these things as well. So a massive thank you to all the volunteers who have been here for a day or a few days or for the whole thing. So a massive thank you once again to our lovely volunteers. And for the last time, just to reward you for being such an excellent crowd here in Birmingham. If you want to get involved in the fan cam, you know what to do now. Just scan that QR code. We're going to do it one last time. Just get your phones out, go to the camera, point it at that QR code on the big screen, and it'll ask you to go to a website. When you get there, it may ask for permission to access your camera. Please do say yes to that, but be aware wherever your camera's pointing at, will give us an option to put you on the big screen. The more the merrier, the livelier you are, the more likely you are going to get on. So we'll give you a few more seconds to load it up, and we're going to start showing some. I can see some loading already. There's a lady in a pink top I can see on there, and a few more as well. Here we go, we're going to rattle through them. If you get on the camera, if you see yourself on the big screen, you've got to make some movement, cheer, scream, otherwise it's going to move on very quickly. The guy who operates it, he's got no time for hanging around. He'll whiz through them as quick as he can. But the more of you on there, the better. The more active you are, the more likely you're going to be to appear on the fan cam. You've got to give us a wave if you see yourself on there, or delayed reaction. Maybe you've done anything particularly sort of super funny yet. I mean, feel free to act out a comedy sketch. Maybe do some gymnastics. Squeeze a cartwheel in, and maybe don't do that. You might get kicked out by the lovely safety team here. She doesn't, I don't think you even know you're on screen, do you? That was just in your handbag if you didn't even realise somehow you'd scanned it. Keep on going, and more of these. You can still join if you haven't done it yet, and your little ones next to you saying, "Come on, Dad, get your phone out." You can still do it. That's our youngest guest so far today. Really intense there as well. I love that. A few more again. That's another Nokia 3210 just struggling with the connection. Last few on there. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Last few. There we go. Good news is, just a few more seconds and the first of 2 medal ceremonies will be underway. Second of our medal ceremonies, we'll have a certain home country featuring. We'd love to see your support.
The FIG World Trampoline Championships 2023 award ceremony for the trampoline women's team final.
The victory ceremony for the women's team competition in trampoline gymnastics at the World Championships.
gold medals are presented by Marinari Watanabe, FIG President. The silver medals are presented by Rosanna McLennan, FIG Trampoline Athlete Representative.
Rosie McLennan, two-time Olympic champion on the presentation party.
Councillor Sharon Thompson, Chair of the Local Organising Committee and Deputy Leader of Birmingham City Council. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, Georgia, represented by Luba Golovina, Mariam Ragamovi, Anano Apagati, and Tiona Jangava.
What an amazing moment this is for the Georgian team. For the first time ever, they have won a medal at the Trampoline Gymnastics World Championships. Bronze in the women's team event.
The silver medal, France, represented by Leia Labrosse, Clea Bruce, Laura Paris, and Anaïs Bresch.
The French, the silver medalists. The silver medal to France.
Winners of the gold medal and world champions, representing the People's Republic of China. Yi Cheng Hu, Zhu Yingzhu, Xinzi Fan, Yanzu Kao, and Coach Kai Guanliang.
The People's Republic of China, the champions of the world. Defending and retaining their world title. Absolutely phenomenal. They won every single round. And we'll now have the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Those who can, please now stand for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
People's Republic of China, the world champions. And they're joined by their fellow medalists in the women's trampoline team competition. Huge congratulations to Zhu Shuiying, Fan Xinyi, Hu Yicheng, and Cao
let's make some noise
Yunju.
for our World Championship medalists.
One final ceremony remains in Arena Birmingham at the 36th FIG Trampoline Gymnastics World Championships on the penultimate day of competition. Do stay with us to see the men's teams collect their accolades. In a couple of minutes' time, we'll bring you that last victory ceremony. Thanks for your patience and thanks for your company here in Birmingham.
We are just moments away now from our men's ceremony, so thank you for staying here in this lovely arena and creating a great atmosphere for these people who've just turned their little dream they've had for weeks and months and years now into a reality, especially for these medalists. Memory, I'm sure, that will live on for a long, long time to come. Probably worth understanding as well that you are back tomorrow. Of course, it's Sunday. You may well have got 2 days for tickets, and the action starts from midday tomorrow. It takes us until just after 5 p.m. and the finish of our award ceremony. So, doors probably opening an hour or so before our midday action. The FIG World Trampoline Championships 2023 award ceremony for the trampoline men's team final.
The victory ceremony for the men's team competition in trampoline gymnastics at the World Championships taking place at Arena Birmingham in the United Kingdom.
Medals are presented by Alit Al-Hibbi, FIG Vice President. The silver medals are presented by Jan Lau, FIG Technical Committee Member. The bronze medals are presented by Councillor Sharon Thompson, Chair of the Local Organising Committee and Deputy Leader of Birmingham City Council. In third place and winners of the bronze medal, Great Britain! Represented by Corey Walks, Andrew Stamp, Zach Pazamanos, Peter Borovitsky and coach Gary Short.
Great Britain, the bronze medalist, the first time in a generation they've been on the podium.
Spain. Represented by David Vega, George Martin, Robert Delarasu, David Franco and coach Guillermo Villa.
The Spaniards winning silver, a great accomplishment for their team. They had a superb final.
Winners of the gold medal and world champions, France. Represented by Julian Chatier, Alain Morant, Pierre Guzou, Morgan Di Maria Odimaria and coach Tristan Lazari.
The French have taken the World Championship title a year after finishing second. From the moment that Alain Morant produced his superb performance in the second round, you got the feeling that the French were heading for gold, and you were right. They are jubilant and they are right to be. We will hear now the national anthem of France.
For those who can, please now stand for the national anthem of France.
The medalists in the men's team trampoline competition at the World Championships in Birmingham.
Birmingham, please give it up for our World Championship medalists.
The medalists will now depart the podium, and what stories we are left with. The men's double mini trampoline title won by Ruben Padilla of the United States of America, Candy Brière-Vetila of France winning the women's tumbling title. Following on from that, we saw Melania Rodriguez of Spain taking the women's double mini trampoline title, and then Misha Malkin of Azerbaijan won the men's tumbling title. After that, the People's Republic of China won the women's team trampoline gold medal, and we concluded our coverage with the French taking the World Championship title in the men's team trampoline competition. There is so much more, believe it or not, still to come tomorrow on the last day of the finals. The women's synchronized final, the men's synchronized final, the women's and men's individual trampoline finals, and of course, the final event, the all-around team final. It's been a great pleasure having your company. Joining me today was Pete Cracknell. I've been Ollie Hogben, and we'll say goodbye, but not farewell.
Underway from midday, and the build-up usually around about 20 minutes, half an hour before that. So if you're here tomorrow, get in nice and early, and we'll make sure we'll try and feature you on the big screen as well. Thanks for being a fabulous audience. Have a safe journey home, and we'll see you soon.